5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to ban. Radiant team's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick.
10.
Dire team's turn to pick. Radiant team's turn to pick. Mirana. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban.
Imba Spirit.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The idea for Nemiga is we're going to be pushing towers. They see the Chen. They know that Hydra is going to be pushing towers, but the one who can definitely use the map better is going to be Nemiga, at least from what we're seeing for now, given that they will have the extra vision. So I'm guessing that's the main reason. Obviously, the Night Stalker is a solid hero right now, but going by that, you would have 60-70 heroes to ban here. I guess you do have some kind of logic, just wanting to retain the better vision over the enemy team.
Another core ban from Hydra. There's still plenty of options that Nemiga could go for here.
5 seconds
what
remaining.
do we get to see from Kiritich, though, is a bit of a question. His Kunk is banned, his Ursa, which has also been pretty decent. What else would you see Kiritich actually play here for the Nemiga lineup? Because if you look at his hero pool, it's it feels like it's a bit over the place.
Yeah, I think they will leave his pick for a bit later, and yep, there it is. The IO will come out, so they want to see what the enemies will pick. I do guess that Kiritich, he has a few of the heroes that he would play into any matchup, but in this kind of a scenario, when they are targeting him, he will probably just wait it out and pick whatever is good for the team. Because when you're picking a hero into counters, you have to be really good at the hero. When you're picking a hero that is good in the game, you just kind of have to be decent at it, have solid decision making, and you're still going to be doing quite fine. Hydra, with this ban on the Razor, I'm kind of expecting maybe a troll to come out. The Chen, if his creeps do get brought down, he could suffer and not really be able to help his carry against the Beastmaster that much. So I'm maybe looking at Hydra here, picking up a Troll Warlord, which considering there's an OD in the pool, I don't know if it would be a smartest choice. But Hydra, again, going with the Magnus. I'm kind of disappointed here, Panda. Blizzy, he promised us that they're gonna be playing more heroes on him, and now we're gonna be seeing Magnus again.
Yep, he's just repeating the same heroes he's already played between. Though with this Magnus pick, I think the Troll is still a viable option for Hydra, because now you have this melee core that synchronizes with the Empower. So Nemiga might be looking to potentially even ban it in the next phase. But yeah, I agree with you. I was hoping that maybe Blizzy shows a bit more of his hero pool. You know, I think we've seen a couple Axe games as well from some teams in different regions being playing it out. Why is it not being played in Eastern Europe? I saw like a lot of people were talking about the Axe being a pretty bad offlane pick, in terms of there are so many better offlane picks available in the pool currently. So why don't you just go for those comfortable, good hero picks in the meta, you know, like the Mars and stuff like that. Well, Mars obviously banned in this series, but still in the second phase. IO Gyrocopter, though, it has been one of the worst combinations in TI. Has it gotten better ever since, Harry?
Well, Io itself isn't stronger. The problem in TI is that people are expecting Io. If you go back every single TI, the Io would be one of the most banned heroes, one of the most picked heroes, especially against some of the teams, right? And then you come into this TI, everyone was probably prepared for something like it, and a lot of the heroes that were in the meta actually worked really well against the Io Gyro themselves, and the Io worked better in the position 4 role, buffing up the offlaner. That was the main idea. When you have the Slardar, the Magnus, the Mars, the heroes that do tend to get a lot of CS, the only thing they need is to get their HP up, and that's what his idea was. I'm not so fond of the IO pick here because there's not that much setup on the side of Nemiga, so I'm really wanting them to pick up something that can set up. The OD is still in the pool, and that I think would be something that Nemiga would love to get, but it's very unlikely that Hydra will allow it, I have to say, considering they have an Ember Spirit in the mid lane.
True. We'll have to see if that will be their next ban. I do see the idea of the relocate into Roar, so every time Beastmaster's making a shot call, basically like relocate here, I'm gonna get you a kill, it has to be the roar onto a target that has no way to escape. So if you're using Beastmaster, IO, and Gyrocopter, you won't be killing this Ember Spirit. It has to be some other target because you need a follow-up stun. So if it's Beastmaster Marana with a damage dealer, then you can kill the Ember Spirit. You want to make sure that you get it, that he just doesn't Remnant jump away. So I agree, the setup is a bit lacking from Nemiga, and they probably need to find another tool for their final pick that also has a way of engaging and setting up. One hero that I did look at here, Kiritich's hero pool, he has played 15 different heroes in the last month. Naga Siren is one of those, but that's still not a stun. It is an ensnare that they can use with the Aghanims. I think they played that one before as well with the Aghanims push. You didn't like it. Could be a game where it could work when you're going up against the Ember.
Yeah, we'll see. Hydra, though, they leave the OD in the pool.
Yeah, the OD.
It seems like they're fine with that one, considering you're playing against the Marana. You know the Marana well. Someone is gonna get arrow, though. Maybe they're relying on the Chen creep so much. Now looking more at this Nemiga lineup. Just a second, let's look at the pick. It's gonna be a Terrorblade. I'm okay with this because he can stand his ground and fight against the Gyro. One thing that we didn't mention is how buffed up this Gyro is actually going to be, right? The Terrorblade, he does farm faster with the Empower, but definitely not gonna be as buffed as a overcharge plus inner beast Gyro. This is gonna be such a massive amount of damage, and Hydra, I would be a little bit afraid right now. Despite all of this that we've said, you don't have that much setup. Nemiga could be coming out to the laning phase very strong, right? Marana, arrowing creeps in the woods is going to be the most farmed support. Beastmaster will have a solid lane. He can push the tower fast when the Terrorblade is forced to go into the jungle. You get so fat and you just posture aggressively. Hydra, they're going to be having to make some plays, so I'm expecting a very early Blink Dagger on the Magnus.
Choose your hero.
Alright, so it looks like Ainkrat's going to go with a Nemiga Pango, because we do have IO and Gyrocopter for the safe lane. So, did you see this Pango pick coming up, Harry?
No, I have to say I didn't. This is a beautiful Pango game. He kind of deals... And it's gonna be a Beastmaster in the mid lane. That's also very important to note, because Ainkrat, he took the Beastmaster, so they're kind of afraid of putting the Beast against the Chen and the Terrorblade. And it does make sense, really. The Beastmaster hates playing against heroes with a lot of armor. So this is actually looking pretty solid for Nemiga, I have to say. No one here can stop the Pango's Rolling Thunder. He deals a lot of damage to the Terrorblade. Not a setup for the IO relocate, but again, I'm coming back to it. Nemiga Gaming, they could hit this timing around the 20-minute mark where the Terrorblade wants to be strong, where you're just unkillable on the Gyro, and I think Hydra should be very much afraid of that.
See if their laning stage goes out in their favor. I do like Hydra's draft as a whole. Not too often do you actually see TB played with the Magnus. Usually Terrorblade is happy with some kind of frontline control, basic Blink stun hero, talking Act, Centaur, Mars type of heroes. Like he's happy just having a frontliner because he wants to stand and fight. That's what I always tell about TB. He's the guy who wants to take the space for himself, draw attention, deal damage. He's still safe from Sunder. Being safe from stuns so you can get your Sunder off mainly, and you don't have to focus on too many defensive items. In this game, a lot of damage, a lot of focus onto him. He does not have a save. I think that's the most important part for Nemiga here. Push on the TB when he's the most weakest. That's most likely saving up a good arrow, stun combo from the Pangolier. You know, they have their options, they have their tools, but they just got to be really careful about the Sunder play coming up, because TB without a save is a weak target.
Yeah, Hydra is gonna have to capitalize on their pick-off potential. It's down to that, because as you stated, the TB, he is okay with standing in front when he's tanky enough, right? But before that, he likes to have someone there. On the other hand, the Gyro, he has saves, right? He has the IO behind him that will almost never allow him to die, no matter how much damage Hydra dish out, you know? Vanscore is going to be keeping Kiritik alive, and then if the Gyro and the TB have the same amount of farm, which is very likely to happen, it might even be Gyro getting a bit more, then when they go head to head, you know, Hydra, they would like their TB in front. If they go on him, we use the RP. The other team, it's gonna be, we have our Gyro in front. If they go on him, we use the relocate, we save him, we turn around with the Rolling Thunder and stuff like that. So we kind of have the same approaches, but I feel like Gyro is just going to be a little bit stronger. So you have to capitalize on that pickup potential, and that's where the Ember Spirit and the Lion really come into play. So as Cold and Muka, a lot of eyes are going to be on them.
30
Nemiga
seconds
going
to
for a
battle.
little bit of a wraparound into the Hydra jungle, though they have been spotted with this Ops Ward placed onto the cliff. They also placed themselves a potential already might have been scouted out Ops Ward, which is meant for courier sniping. So if Hydra knows about, well, if one of the supports is reading their lines where they've been running from, should be able to get that D ward too. But Nemiga at least
ain't no
don't know about the
snowball
wards
fight.
of Hydra so far, and you know, get our bounties to be picked up 2 for 2, get our laning stage underway. Zayats doesn't have a single sentry on him. Mirana does have one.
Yeah, Mirana is always going to be buying that one. You want your big camp open, either for the pulls, but mostly for your arrow on the big creep. It really does accelerate your farm. Also, one thing I think that's going to be interesting here in this matchup is going to be how much Zayats and the position 4 of Nemiga are going to be fighting each other. You know, because the Mirana, she has to keep the triangle somewhat safe. And the Chen is gonna be trying to invade there as much as possible. So it's gonna be quite nice to see how well they outplay each other, who places more sentries, if the Chen is gonna be able to take the bounties there, farm the enemy big camp. It's definitely something that we're gonna be looking at, and Zayats already starts off the game on a good note, killing the enemy courier.
Yeah, getting some courier money, and Chosen One's actually already shown all of the items he wants to build. And we also get Zayats with his sentry ward to block this camp. It didn't look like he had it for a while. I wonder if he did walk into a courier at some point, but he does get the block onto that hard camp. And as we saw, all of these 3 camps are blocked, even the deeper one, which I've been showing to the audience. And that's an interesting
Dire's
ward,
top
and
tower is under
in this
attack.
case you kind of have to, because it's the closest for Zayats to communicate with. I love how he blocks the arrow too, so he keeps the range creep alive, so they can potentially deny it, which they do.
Yeah, for now the Nemiga lineup definitely don't have any kill potential, with the Pang only being level 2 without the Orb of Venom, so they're not really gonna be in any kind of trouble. And having the Hydras plus the Divine Favor, the Chen will almost always be able to heal back up to full.
Yeah, Fanscore is trying to do some stacking in the jungle, but Mika has also figured out Io's plans. And does that Earth Spike actually end up stacking the camp? No, it doesn't. Okay, that would have been the most unfortunate stun for the Lion, where he's going to prevent the Io from stacking the camp and actually stacks it himself, but it doesn't go through. The smaller Centaurs doesn't quite close on the camp. Shockwave and Empower from Magnus here. I think we talked about Blizzy starting off with Empower in a lot of his laning matchups.
Yeah, considering that he has been doing okay on the Magnus, he's going to be going with what he feels the best option is. He wants to get as much farm here. Getting the gyro into your tower, very tough to do, so you just try to maximize your own farm. The important thing here for the save for Hydra is that usually when you would see a TB lineup, you would be like, we need to get this TB super strong as fast as possible, right? He can hit this timing around 20 minutes, but the thing is, you just want to stop the timings of Nemiga, and that's why we're seeing the supports already kind of invading the jungle. Muka not allowing the stacks to happen. They know what they need to be putting their attention on, and for now, Hydra are doing an okay job at it.
I also want to play very securely here. And one thing that I do like about Nemiga's draft here is this mid Beastmaster. So I've been watching a lot of MTD streams, and he's been playing a lot of mid Beastmaster with some varying results. He gets this 12-minute Aghanim's, which basically just removes the cooldown of your axes. You can keep stacking the debuff. It does more and more damage. If you have a hero like Phantom Lancer, you can just doppelganger and it removes it because it's dispellable. That's the worst part about the Beastmaster axe, that it's literally dispellable. Though, a good timing on it is going to give you a massive physical damage boost onto the hero. So I like that they're trying it out in the mid lane.
Those cracks in
Yeah,
Dire's
and
top
it's
tower?
not only that it's a physical damage boost, it's also the axes themselves, they do magic damage, so they are okay against the Terrorblade. It's still unknown what he's gonna be going for. Maybe he decides to go for a Helm of the Dom, though in the mid lane Ascot will be catching Ironcrad, and let's see how this one ends.
Looking for it. The stun does go through, but the Empower heal is already there from Vanscore. Pops the salve, make sure that the Beastmaster is kept alive. Water room secured at least on both sides of the river by Hydra, Ascald and Sayats. There, so nothing for the beast. Empty bottle left. There's a bounty rune. Oh, I wish there was one, but the satyr goes and denies it.
Yeah, so very nicely done there. Overall, I didn't know if you have been following the Mirana, haven't kind of missed the big creep there, or maybe he intentionally left the Satyr Tormentor, but I really don't see a reason why he would do it. But overall,
try to arrow the creep, yeah, missed it.
Yeah. But overall, Panda, we were kind of hoping for more blood, but the European region, or the Eastern European region, has been pretty pacifistic. These guys, you can see that they're friends, they don't want to be killing each other, and at some point, they're gonna have to do it, but we see that they definitely don't want to just yet, so the first blood...
I agree. It's been the first 7 minutes usually, which is very calm, passive, collected, and then just all hell breaks loose. It's like a repeating pattern.
Yeah, basically when you have to go for a kill. So the 7 minutes is usually when the carries would love to get out of the safe lane. At that point, the supports kind of get level 4. It becomes dangerous to stay there. So at that point, we see the first rotations. But to be honest, Nemiga, they don't have much to rotate with. Maybe Mirana towards the Beastmaster with the Roar, but I kind of feel like the December Spirit is going to be the first one that is going to be rotating around the map.
Yeah, I agree. You need level 6s before anything happens. Right now, it's just getting XP, picking up the farm that you can, trading a couple abilities, but they really need their level 6s to be able to have actual kill potential. So they're just stacking. Yuka is inside the jungle, inside the triangle, actually, setting up for the Terror Blade. Stack onto the hard cap while contesting for the action rune. Which one is it going to be? It looks like it's going to be in the bottom half. And a haste rune for Ankrat, arrow from the Roar, and a bit of damage. But as you can see, it's not near enough with these two heroes to try and kill an Ember Spirit.
This is one of the problems that we haven't actually touched upon on the draft for Nemiga, is that without the gyro, their damage is kind of lacking, right? They don't have any magical damage burst that we're used to, and if this Beastmaster, considering he's going for a Arcane Boots, he probably is going to be going for Nags. Until he gets that one, their 4 heroes, yes, they do have lockdown, yes, they do have survivability, but the ability to kill the enemies, not really. And I think that Hydra, they're definitely going to be making use of that one with the Magnus and with the Ember Spirit, maybe playing a little bit more aggressive than you naturally would.
Interesting move here. Dream actually pops Metamorph in the lane, only to get a couple hits onto the Pango. Wants to transition into the jungle. So looks like this TB still wants to stay in this bottom half of the map and still continue farming in the lane, which he has to be careful for, because your usual suspect when you're playing up against carries like Terrorblade is he's gonna leave this lane, we're gonna take this tower, it's gonna be a dead lane, and no one from Hydra wants to play this anymore, except maybe Alliance for some XP, or maybe Chen, who needs to push the weight out. But he's actually staying there for a little bit longer. He has to pay attention to also how kind of aggressive he's showing himself to be, because he's not afraid of being here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Nemiga can't kill him unless the gyro rotates. Of course, with 4 heroes, he will still die, but the gyro is the one that would allow him. And Zayats now, this might be our first blood. And Ankrat going forward, he kind of opens his mouth there, but no sound comes out.
Raising his hand up that he has a question on his mind, but he decides to pull his hand back down and say absolutely nothing. So yep, still no first blood. 8 minutes now played. We can look at the net worth and see the TV is up ahead with 3,700, followed up with the Beast and the Gyro. So margins aren't too big here. Nobody's on a getaway except for the TB. Having a pretty good lane for himself and able to transition into jungle without being killed, always a good sign for the TB player.
I think this is the problem. People watched that Arcane show and they liked it more than the Dota show, and now they're playing like that other game that we're not to speak of here. So 0-0 at 8 minutes in, it's not really something that we're used to in Dota. You usually see at least 5-6 kills happen until now at the game, but for now the teams are just gonna be farming, and finally, once the Nemiga got their level 6 on the Pango, the TB will get himself to the jungle, but on his own terms. And he's topping the network chart, though. The Gyro should be a faster farmer, especially with the Wisp by his side.
Can we get something like we saw in TI qualifiers a couple years back, where you win a game by not killing the opponent a single time?
I I remember that game. It was 2 Chinese teams and they came to the enemy base through the bottom lane. I was trying to find that game. It was on TI. I remember I watched it with friends. I think it was TI4, where it was 0-0 until a high ground push. I remember there was a Viper in the game, and yes, that did happen once. I discussed it with a friend of mine. He said, "Oh, what was that game?" And we never managed to find it. But if anyone knows.
European qualifier where there was like a smaller MMR team, and they of course they had a couple kills, but the team that was winning the game had 0 kills, and they didn't kill the opponents a single time throughout that game, and they just pushed to win. But it was pretty difficult to watch because the MMR difference, or the skill difference, was so massive between the 2 teams, but they couldn't fully commit to a push because there was always the threat of like a teamfight ulti on the other side, which can of course, you know, screw up your push.
Okay, top lane Muka. Maybe this is finally gonna be our first blood here,
Panda.
Panda.
Potentially. 10 minutes filled. We've got Call Down, we've got Rockets, and Vanscore is there, but Kiritich is the one to pick it up, and it does take 10 minutes for the first blood to take place.
Yeah, you could hear the excitement in our voices. Definitely, video games, they do make people aggressive, so we're kind of longing for blood, you know. People say so.
I was in Zyori's podcast yesterday, actually talking about toxicity in video games. So it's very true. Only 1 kill, which is very surprising to have only 1 kill in 10 minutes. Can we keep up this pace? 1 kill every 10 minutes? Maybe that's a new trend? No, I mean anything is possible. See what final result's going to be. 1 tower has been destroyed this game. That is through the hands of Hydra in that top lane. There's also kind of a commitment to take down the tower, which did lead to the death of the Lion.
And we can now see that Nemiga is preparing they're preparing a smoke. The problem is that Hydra are going for a smoke themselves. They know now it's time for Nemiga to make a move and take down the tower. They have the reload, and now they'll go for the Mirana with the finger. They might be able to kill her.
Yep, this might turn around completely. TP is coming in, but no reload, at least for now. And they will get the kill onto Heaven. Already moving out too. Asgold with his Ember spread. I do want to take one quick notion about his Ember from last week. He did find himself in some very troublesome places at times. You feel like he's pushing out a lane, he's getting picked off while your team is already having Aegis and all that stuff. So it's like he's got to be careful with his Ember Spirit, how he positions himself, even in this game.
Yeah, he has to, but the thing is that he's playing how his team wants him to play, right? His team wants him to put himself in bad positions, and obviously you're gonna die. Maybe you shouldn't die as many times as he did in that series that we watched, but overall they still got the victory, so it definitely did give its fruit to his team. But overall, Nemiga, them TPing to that mid lane, trying to save a Mirana, that was a really bad move. They have to be on this bottom lane. The tower needs to fall. You have the Beastmaster. Okay, now Asgold.
Yeah, that's a dead Ember. For 3 heroes, that should be a kill. Roar comes through, arrow to follow up, and that will be for the Chosen One to be picked up. And we now have 3 kills on the board. Nika's trying to TP out, and he's successful. Locate does get used by Vanscore and Kirchis. They look at the tower, return back to farming after that.
This is something Nemiga had to do. If the bottom tower doesn't fall and you have a Beastmaster, it shows that you're not using one of your heroes to its full potential, and that does add up in Dota. Sometimes you feel like, oh, they're doing okay, the net worth is fine, but the thing is that one of your heroes' impact, it's being diminished by quite a lot. So I'm liking that they finally got together and brought that bottom lane tower down. It will open up the map and maybe allow them to go for more pickoffs. They're yet to use a single rolling thunder, but at least now, with the bottom part of the map open, they have a better access to the mid lane where the first big team fights are more likely to happen.
Yep, Chosen One is going to be so tanky on this Pango too. He's opted to go for Crimson Guard, which you don't see in many games, and obviously also a Scotty on top, and looks like maybe potential A on this even. We'll see if that's the item choice he wants to go for, but still a very tanky Pango on the off lane. While Hydra is setting up for a push in mid, 2-man smoke at the back. We've got the RP man, and we have our Lion. 17 seconds for Finger to be up. Lizzie's already scouting in front. He's already just got that link dagger, and he finds him. He finds the 2-man RP onto the high ground, and they all stacked up there with the 2-man roots, and they will get the kill onto the gyrocopter. And Io gonna go down to the urn charges out of all things.
My weird question here is, how did he see them? Blizzy, did he just walk up the high ground and just see them for a second, or were they dewarding a ward? Let me check what that was. Yes, they were dewarding a ward. That's why they got caught. So Hydra, a beautiful move, and Nemiga, they're this lineup that needs to be taking down towers, but they just don't find the opening from the bottom part of the map. It's gonna be Hydra with the blink dagger and the Magnus, and we spoke about it, that he needs a fast blink to be able to make plays, and there it is. With this Hydra, they're gonna be opening up the map, and they are in firm control of this one. Nemiga, they will have to push out the bottom lane, they will have to push out the top before they take over the bottom jungle and try to attack the mid lane tower for themselves. It's gonna be quite tough, and we already see that Heaven on the Mirana is working towards that Yule Scepter, seeing that what his team actually needs right now is a lot of catch.
Closing up on the 15-minute marker now. TB still up in front, closing up on a Scotty now. Falcon Blade, and believe his Manta's already prepared to, should be on the courier. No, that's just a TP scroll, so he's
skipping the Manta.
He looks like he's skipping Manta for now, just leaving the Yasha. He could go S and Y, which would, I don't know, make my day. I guess he could also go for Halberd if he feels like it, but I don't feel like he's going to go for that, though. Would need a completely different sword for it. MLS. Do you think there's something here with 3? Zayats is there. That's a kill. Do they want to take it? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, they're already relocating bottom.
Going. Okay, they're going to take for another. They thought that somebody would show up in lane. I like the idea here from Nemiga.
Visibility.
Nobody came there, though, but as soon as they spotted that, of course, the relocate does leave an animation, and that was also going to leave his buddies back. Oh, boy, Askel, with the help of Muka, they get a kill onto the Beastmaster, and what seemed to be a 200 IQ play ends up being a dead friend.
Yep, the Beastmaster loses his life. He has his Aghanims now, so finally we're gonna be seeing the real power of this mid lane Beastmaster. But I kind of feel like he has missed a lot of the timing with the only one tower going down 16 minutes in. This Beastmaster is just not as formidable as he would like to be. And the TB, we talked about him and the gyro hitting the timing at the same time. But considering that he's going for a big item like the Skadi, no matter what the gyro has, if you're don't destroy this TB before he uses the Thunder, which isn't gonna be easy, Nemiga will be in a tough spot. They see Dream, but this Terrorblade, he's unfazed by whatever they can throw at him on the top lane.
The Beastmaster having a completely different build doesn't enable him to push these towers down. No Dominator, no auras, just the Aghanims with the damage for these axes. Is just a no cooldown axe, basically, which does help with their damage output when they have to take down that Terrorblade. However,
this is a very aggressive move.
Zayats, wards are placed down. They have another laning ward. They see Dream. The target is the TB. Can they close in the distance? Rolling Thunder, he stands still for a second. Gonna get stunned. And gonna get stunned again. They got the Shen heal to keep bringing him up, but it's not gonna be enough for the TB. He's gonna get blown up. And that also is a burnt RP on Blizzy. He does push away the Pango and gets a safety distance, but they're still on the chase on the Magnus. And gets the Iron Crisis tossing these axes back and forth, back and forth. And Nemiga find themselves 4 kills. TB being the first.
That ground got RP'd so hard by Blizzy. It seems like he's getting... they're giving him the Magnus that he doesn't want, and then he's just making intentional bad plays so that they would say, okay, you're not going to be playing Magnus any longer, and immediately they go for a Roach. The reason that this was such a very high-risk play coming out from Nemiga is because there were towers, there was a tier 1 on the top lane. You're going into a very strong TB. If he gets his Thunder off, you all die there, but they knew that they had to do something drastic, and it works out perfectly for them with Kiritik getting his Aegis. Now the Gyrocopter, even once the TB gets the Skadi, which will be there soon, he's actually not going to be able to deal with the Gyro and Nemiga. They can brute force the mid lane tower down now, and let's see if Hydra actually have what it takes to respond.
Like, Hydra's gonna have to let this one slide. They could make a slide play onto the Gyrocopter, maybe with a Blink Skewer, which they're looking for. They're gonna get it with the Hex, maybe by the Agent, but the Chosen One was ready for it, and he's stunning everyone. He's got 1, 2, 3 guys being completely completely controlled here. Roar onto Dream. Access flying for arrow connection. Just beautiful. And it's falling apart for Hydra. Mika trying to look for a response kill. Get something out of it with the help of Ascol. But still, the chosen one, he's bullying him. This Ember Spirit's not dealing enough damage or barely any damage at all. And Blizzy, he does have his blink up for another skewer play, but can he catch the Pango? Doesn't feel like he wants to grab it anymore. And with that, being a 1 for 3 from Nemiga and a tower.
This is the problem. This is the real problem that we were talking about, is that you cannot kill the gyro, and on the other hand, Nemiga, they can kill the Terrorblade. Sure, he's gonna have the Skadi, but now dying twice, it will be delayed quite a lot with Kiritik getting a ton of farm, whilst the Terrorblade, he didn't get anything from the past 3 minutes, and this is just amazing understanding from Nemiga. They went for a very, I'd say, hard to execute play. That was the one on the top lane. Now I feel like for the next, at least during duration of the Aegis, but even 5 minutes after that, they're gonna be so strong that they can do whatever they want. So what we're gonna be seeing is probably the gyro, if he doesn't feel any fear, and he shouldn't, just going for the bottom lane and getting that tier 2 down. Once they open up the map, then Nemiga can spread out. Hydra will get some room to breathe, but it's gonna be a very tough game for them from now on, just because of that beautiful move towards the top lane that I have to say, Panda, I was completely taken back by it, because I was like, this is very tough to work out, and they make it work perfectly.
I think that sums it up pretty well. Getting it perfectly out. The Pango getting such good ultis, and at the same time, they just had their ultis back off cooldown by the moment Blizzy goes in for that blink skewer play, which started off that whole sequence, where the Pango's already ready to go. He's like, okay, you do that, I'm ready to respond to it, and he just finds the ulti of a lifetime for himself, because that's a choke point fight, which Pangos absolutely love. You've got people running up in these big, long, I don't know what they're lining up for, maybe not enough money and need to get some food from the shelter kind of lineup, just setting themselves up there as the Pango just pushes everybody up, gets the vision on everybody, gets the stuns around, and when they found Dream, they know exactly what the mission is, what their objective is. Kill the TB, there's no longer a fight for Hydra.
Look at this, now you have the Relo, you have the Aegis in the bottom lane. Hydra, they're scared to fight, and Nemiga will try to take the entirety of the map, and they'll definitely succeed at that. They might not get a lot of kills, but they'll definitely get their map back.
One, can they get the second? They're going to use Rolling Thunder to try and find the Lion. Chosen one. Where does he go? He goes already ahead, and they're TPing out. They're gonna... This was a close one. The animations also too. And I feel like Hydra could potentially even go for a smoke here, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the call for them in the end. Maybe they're discussing it, maybe they're talking about it. He does have a smoke in his backpack. They're being used.
They have to get the bottom part of the map back to them just a little bit. Hydra now, though, they are kind of putting out the flames that are everywhere, because on the bottom part of the map, you don't want to be there, because there, if you get caught, you're losing a ton of heroes. On the top part of the map, you have a lot of places to move around, and now Hydra, they're going for a play that they have to make. And Nemiga, I think they're gonna be aware of this, considering that the Lion and the Ember Spirit, they have to go for pickups. We talked about it during the draft. They will try to do it right now, but Nemiga are just around the map so well, and the Gyro and the Io will always be able to come in. You would naturally want to gank the Gyro, you would want to kill those two. Yep.
I know the Pango's on the cliff. Oh, he just blinks out. The timing. Yuka's stuck there. He's gonna get arrowed. Oh, poor boy. Oh, poor boy. Oh, they massacred my boy.
Don't you, Lion?
Arrow through the eye. I don't know if they would have even be able to kill the Pango. I guess they would. The Ember Spirit does a solid amount of damage with the Spirit Wrestle. But still, that
damage. They had a lot of magical damage they could have used. Yeah.
The second that Lion went on the cliff, his fate was decided, right? It was about, are we gonna kill the Pango? But I'm ready to give my life for that one. But now Nemiga, they go for a fast smoke, and this is one that Hydra might not be expecting. I think they will be happy with just a support kill and taking over the map.
Syed's moving out, but yeah, I'm also questioning why didn't the Magnus just go Blink Skewer, because then you also get vision if anybody's on the hill, and maybe you get a lucky Pango, push him into the river and look for a kill there. But instead it is the Lion who looks like, we're just going to sacrifice you to see if there's vision, if there's a hero around there. And he was literally a sacrifice. But what did you get with that sacrifice?
Well, at least you got some time for the TB. The TB could get out of the base a little bit. They're smoking without the BKB on the Terrorblade. It has been shown in this game that they cannot fight without the BKB on the Terrorblade. Now they're relying on Blizzy. They put all the pressure on him, and I kind of feel like he's gonna get crushed under it because they're like, okay, Blizzy, no pressure. You need to get a 4-man RP so that they can't kill our Terrorblade. And when you're in that kind of a scenario, then you might hesitate to go in. But let's see if he will hesitate. Doesn't look like hesitation to me.
This is actually pretty good for Hydra, but let's see how they play this out because that rocket will connect. There's also Chosen One coming in with a Pango ulti. No Blink Dagger available. Rocket is going to be there. Askel in between. Will tank the stun at least onto the Magnus, and the arrow will connect. This will look like they're going to leave the Magnus. Would be a smart call for them here, and they will do exactly so. They have to leave the Mag behind, but at least they force out the Rolling Thunder from the Pango. So if they can go and reinitiate right as soon as that Magnus respawns, there could be a small window of opportunity behind it, though. Rolling Thunder's cooldown ain't the longest. It's just going to push down on objective, meanwhile.
I would be fine with that move if it was made, let's say, on the bottom or on the top lane, because those lanes are longer, right? And then even if you're on the opponent part of the map, you force out the BKB, you lose one hero, you're okay. But the problem is you lost the tower because the mid lane is just so short.
Yeah.
So I would like Hydra, if they're going for plays like that, try to make it happen on the left or the right side of the map. Yes, you're on your opponent's side of the map, that's good, but you just need to be thinking about the positioning a bit more. But I have to say now, Panda, I think that Hydra are getting desperate. With the BKB on the TV, they are going to be able to fight, but this TB at, let's say, 7 minutes ago, he looked like he was going to be hitting a perfect timing, and he maybe will be able to go toe-to-toe with the Gyro. But now you're up against the Gyro, who is 3k above you, who has a Inner Beast Aura and a Wisp with him. What do you have? You have an Empower and a Chen. That's those are some pretty weak steroids compared to what Nemiga is using. Kind of Dream is getting the steroids that Arnold Schwarzenegger was using, and this guy's Ronnie Coleman. So you know who was a lot bigger between the two.
Yeah, that's a big comparison with Mr. Universe and the Dota team. But still, 8,000 gold is the advantage for Nemiga, and can Hydra still recover with this Terrorblade? The big question. As said, he's been pushed back very far. He's finishing his Manta style, but he does have a BKB picked up now, so he does have the stats to survive, according or believing that his team is there to back him up. Chen has a lot of healing. Hand of God for 275, Mechanism for another 275. That's 550 healing that he can instantly burst back. That's pretty much the damage an arrow and a Beastmaster Roar does. So that's 2 spells out, though. This Gyro is starting to hit harder and harder, and now we have double smokes on both sides. Hydra, do they do the same thing again? There's wards on the cliff. They're approaching inside Nemiga's jungle. Heritage, the Chosen One in the front, the tanky Pango, and there we go, RP onto 2, and they're trying to go for the relocate play, but the IO's too far away, and he does get it! He gets it just in time! The Chosen One does go down, he does go for a buyback as well. Askel in trouble, and that Ember Spirit will be sacked. Ankrad still has Roar, knows exactly this needs to be used onto the TV, so look at this guy, he's just throwing axes, he's gonna hack down this Chen. Chosen One still looking for another target, potentially someone there. Doesn't look like anybody's around in the area, so Blizzy and Dream make their way out. It's a 2-for-1 with a buyback on the Pango.
And Blizzy definitely not getting crushed under the pressure. And Roar. Okay.
Did take a second with that Blink Dagger, but at least he reacted to it, so he didn't get stunned.
Yeah, as I said, Blizzy definitely not getting crushed under the pressure. He gets a 2-man RP, 2 heroes that he does need to get. Then the IO has to choose, do I save my strongest hero or do I save my main team fighter? And he saves the strongest hero, which I think was a good choice, but we saw that Kiritek almost died there as well. So now he's going for an SNY, but he needs an SNY and the Satanic, and I think that's when the game becomes impossible for Hydra. For now, they can still rely on Blizzy to make these amazing plays, and I'm actually loving how well he did that. Of course, you will be losing some of the heroes, but that's just the nature of this game, considering you're so far behind.
Nemiga with that deep hawk. I was about to say deep ward, but technically that is a ward too. Spotting everybody from Hydra moving around that triangle area. So back themselves out. They're baiting Roshan. 10 seconds to be to respawn. Hydra doesn't know about it though. It's up or not because no tools of vision. They're sending the illusion into the pit. It's gonna arrive perfectly because Roche is gonna spawn in the eyes of the illusion. Oh no, he actually moved it out, so he doesn't actually know. And meanwhile, Ascald in trouble, warned up and killed. And now Nemiga make their way towards the Roche pit. So timing is a bit awkward there for Hydra. That illusion did not scout Roshan spawning. Now it's up.
I kind of feel like Hydra are hoping that Nemiga are gonna play nice. Like, you guys should be on the bottom part of the map farming, and the top part, the triangle, it's hard to take, and naturally it is. But when you have the Beastmaster, when you have the added vision, also with the Mirana ulti, something that we haven't seen utilized that well until now. You can always go on various parts of the map. The arrow even missed hitting on the creep, but they get the Force Staff onto the Ember into the roar, so you kind of point blank roar in the face. This Beastmaster, you really wouldn't want that to happen to you, so they'll be able to take him down. With that, the Roche goes down, and Nemiga, with this Roche, they're gonna be going for the high ground push.
Rocket might be going all the way to the high ground here. Heritage and Manscore not willing to push this tier 2 tower though. Expecting there might be some other Hydra heroes in the area. Right now their information is quite limited. They don't see anybody on the map. And the same thing goes for Hydra. They don't actually know anybody else except for the IO and the Gyrocopter just freshly farmed the triangle. They don't have access to this area despite this ward being placed down. Now they finally see Nemiga's heroes the vicinity.
And
means that he
okay, roar, we're gonna be seeing a small kill on the Lion. Muka just gets cut down, but on the more important things today in Dota, the Mirana is going for a Wind Waker. And this just goes to show that Nemiga know 100% what they need to be doing in this one. We just need to keep our heroes alive, and they'll be doing the damage. Kiritik, he does so much damage, he can kill the entire team, and the only thing they need to do is keep him alive.
Heaven rolls into the arrow and misses. The Rolling Thunder, they're trying to collapse on some of this TP, but he has his BKB, but can he get to use it? No! Not at all! No chance given for Dream on this TP, and just perma-stunned to death. And here comes Aincrad, tries to kill Blizzy, and very close on the objective, and the arrow barely misses the target.
Not looking good, having their 100% intentionally missing the arrow, so the TB gets a false sense of security, and then he's like, I'm alive, they can't kill me without the arrow. Suddenly a Rolling Thunder, and you're brought down from 100 to 0 without any chances. They don't even use the Hand of God, be like, nope, you're not worth it, my friend. And when you're position 1, actually he was maybe dead, but whatever the case, when you can't save your TB from a move on the top part of the map, it goes to show that this game is completely out of your control. And look at the confidence with which Kiritik is going, but they... Oh, no!
Doesn't work out for Blizzy. Gets the horn toss off, and the tips for Blizzy. He's been so good on this Magnus before, but Nemiga are not giving the opportunity for him to shine in this game. And now sieging up these mid-racks, Nemiga, they are now establishing control inside Hydra's base. Melee racks to fall.
Radiant's middle barracks have
Green can only watch from the sidelines. Now they're going to go for more racks towards the bottom lane. What can he do? 25 seconds. Roar comes out onto Ascald. They do get the BKB pop and the save for momentarily on this Beastmaster. So the Lion can't control him. And Muka is down. And he's keeping into the trees. He's trying to surprise from the back. He gets the Hex onto the Beast. But Dream is already dying. He does get the Sunder Arm onto Heaven. And Heaven gets killed up by Ascald. And a turnaround possibility here for Hydra. They're going to take down Aincrad. And the Chosen One pushes himself into the trees. Do they have a TP council? No, they do. Yes, they get the Hex from Muka. And Nemiga, they hold their base alive for just a little bit longer with the buyback from the Lion, hiding in the trees to get the Hex and the control, the Sunder save, and Hydra not done yet.
Okay, here is Nemiga getting a little bit ahead of themselves, kind of pushing the limits of their lineup. They thought that they can do whatever they want, but they will get punished for it. These kind of plays can usually cost you a lot. I don't think that's going to be the case in this game, though. I would like to go back to Blizzy and his Magnus. He wasn't really checking what the IO has. He has the Aghanim Shard, and that's the main reason why that Skewer never really happened. He used the Horn Toss on the Gyro, given that he was latched onto the Wisp. He kind of got behind the Magnus. He got stunned, and after that, that, he got brought down. So basically, without the BKB, going for a horn toss on the gyro, it's gonna be an impossible endeavor for Blizzy, and I kind of feel like you can throw that Aghanim shard out the window right now on the Magnus if you don't have a BKB to use it with you. Though again, Nemiga getting a little bit ahead of themselves. They have all of the items to protect the gyro so that he can do the damage. But if you put the other heroes ahead, then it's gonna be a possibility for Hydra to turn it around. So I think that this is the last time we're gonna be seeing Nemiga trying something like that. And they might even go for a high ground push without the Aegis if they feel comfortable enough, because the gyro with a Satanic, I don't see him dying. He's gonna get a Wind Waker if he gets caught. He has a relocate out. Him being brought down from 100 to 0 before using a BKB and the Satanic is impossible. And if Hydra commits, they lose a fight 100% if Kiritik does survive.
Down to 33 minutes. Hydra getting their game back up here. Piece by piece, Butterfly now up on the Terrorblade, so that does make Jarakov just life a little bit harder. Is going for an MKB as soon as he sees that item being picked up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Any more hits, and that is very, very crucial that the Gyrocopter gets every single hit, and plus those hits might also crit. Very important in taking down the TB. Now, Nemiga pushing down bottom, going straight inside the base. Hydra, full TPs. Need to save the base. Look at that big illusion chasing around the Gyrocopter. Enough damage though. Has a Satanic. Black Cannon does a decent amount of damage. Looking for Heritage. And now Blizzy. What does Blizzy do? Chosen One's already found him in the trees and he pushes him away. Asco, he's going to need some backup and he needs some help right now. He's going to get some heal from his team, but the Lion will be lost, and that's a dieback. And now it's a 4v5 and they need to make it work. The roar onto the Magnus. No, they won't be able to save it. He doesn't get the RP off though, but he still has a buyback and he needs to use it. He needs to hold this. Nemiga on the run, trying to get the IO and the Gyrocopter to safety. Relocate. Moving him a couple yards to safety if there was a possible RP from Blizzy. That relocate might have just saved him there. Chosen One though.
Blizzy is again here, pressure to do something. Okay, Chosen One will die there. He was hiding in the trees, but Blizzy, you saw as soon as he bought back, instant smoke running in, like I have to do something, I have to do something. But the thing is, he can't do that much. Nemiga actually surprising me there that they went for the aggressive play, and because of it, they won't get the Raxes again. As I said, I don't think they have to be doing this. Their gyro, he's untouched. Usually when you look at the Terrorblade with the Butterfly, the thing that you're more afraid of, you're still gonna be able to kill the real one when you use the spells, but you're kind of afraid of the illusions. Nemiga, they're not. They have the Swashbuckle, they will disarm them, and they have the Wild Axes to make sure that those illusions don't survive. So in my mind, Nemiga are giving a fighting chance here to Hydra. They're still winning the fights, they're still increasing their lead, but they're not ending the game, and every second that passes, it allows for Hydra to possibly get a good team fight. You're not coming back into this one by split push. You just need a beautiful team fight, and it is hard, but still possible for Hydra.
The lowest percentage there given to Nemiga was 4%. Sorry, for Hydra was 4%. And it just might be the story of this game. However, Aghanim's now ready on the Terrorblade. Let us look at buyback status. Only 3 buybacks on the entire server. Gyrocopter, most importantly, the Pango and the Mirana. There we go. Now we have the Terror Wave. That can make huge damage. Combining that with the RP or even the Horn Toss Blink from the Magnus, Terror Wave is a huge tool.
Yeah, it is something that Hydra can use. And this is what I was saying. Nemiga, they should have ended this game right now, and they're giving the tools to Hydra. When you come to the ultra late game, right? It's always 50-50. Because there's just so many spells, so many items flying around, and just one slight mistake can cost you the game, right? Or a big buyback that kind of takes everything away that you have been working on for 37 minutes. So when you have a chance to end the game as Nemiga did, you should do it. But maybe they're just testing their limits. Maybe they think they have this one against Hydra 100%. Like, we're better than them. Let's see if we can do a bit more. Though now because of it, Hydra will get out on the map, and they're going for a smoke, trying to catch someone off guard on the side of Nemiga.
To be the ones with the initiative. They want to find Nemiga's heroes. They find Kiritich, but they need to get rid of Vanscore, which is a big problem here. And also with this Magnus, desperately needs some kind of magic resistance from even BKB or something. And now they found the Chosen One on the cliff, but this Pango is unfazed about it. His Aeon Disc gets popped though. His immunity is gone for at least 100 seconds. Hydra backing themselves back into their triangle position. They know that they can't just march onto the high ground against Nemiga like that.
The main thing I think here for Hydra is that they want the buyback on their heroes, right? The next Roche, it's somewhere where Nemiga will either win the game or Hydra will delay it for the next 5 to 10 minutes. So this next Roche, the buybacks for it are going to be very important, and that's why Dream goes back to finish it off, because this Terror Blade, if he dies, it's a big problem. Of course, having the Terror Wave, he will have the meta. I doubt he will use the meta without the BKB being up.
Ascol, no, this is, again, I'm getting some memories and flashbacks of Ascol getting picked off in the lane. And Nemiga looking for the Ember Spirit, but he jumps out. Not a moment too soon. Rolling Thunder.
I think he's learning.
What does Hydra do with this?
I think they have their buybacks. They need to devour that ward on the high ground. There's not much. They can't play on the bottom part of the map. They have to stay here. I kind of think it was a bit of a mistake coming out from Hydra supports, not being able to devour that ward. As soon as they had seen the top lane Ember being ganked, they needed to get that ward down and maybe take a bit more of the Roche there. Sure, they are not losing ground themselves, but still, they need to gain ground on Nemiga, because the creeps in the mid lane are just gonna continue pushing in.
Oh, they have located Roshan, and we're gonna get a tiny pause as Vision is actually being shared. They don't know about this Roshan necessarily. See, at least Hydra's walking in, but that TV illusion does not show Roche yet. But as soon as it walks into Vision, they're gonna see that Roche has been moved out. I'm wondering what is happening with Hydra's toilet right now, because we're getting WC problems. I hope the boys ain't flooding.
Yeah, probably they're getting scared, so might be needing to use the bathroom because of that, considering that this game isn't going that well for him. But yeah, hopefully they come back soon. Immediately our admins, they are asking for explanation. You can see how serious they are. Give us an explanation. Why are you pausing? And immediately Hydra, they're gonna be telling us, yo guys, just a little bit of a bathroom break. It's gonna be a short one. And Panda, we're coming back into the game, but Hydra, they need a good fight here. They do have some of their buybacks, but the Ember Spirit or the Magnus, if they fall without doing so much in a fight, it's gonna be a tough one. And Nemiga, again, their gyro can just posture aggressively, so it's actually Hydra that need to do some shenanigans to win a fight, and it's not easy to do. We saw the horn toss, impossible to do against the tether with an Aghanim shard, and just a lot of things, a lot of plays are getting shut down right now on the side of Nemiga.
You need a BKB. You need a BKB on this Magnus to be able to survive that. And I think the Aeon Disc is also built because if you go for the Blink RP play, or even the blink horn toss, when the IO uses his tether to get the stun onto the Magnus, that Aeon Disc will still enable him to get that skewer out and push the target towards his team. So that's one thing, but you would like to have it in a much more secured fashion, but you still have to use BKB to initiate BKB on the most crucial part of the fight, and it might not even be the start of it. And the arrow, TV in trouble. Chosen One coming in as well, trying to get the connection. He'll get the stun there. He's stunned there for a moment, and he pulls around with the BKB. He does get it through, and the terror wave on the backline. They're focusing the IO. The RP misses. The RP misses on Kyrgios. He's able to go into the air. He's not going to get connected at all. And then we'll take down Zayat. That's going to be the chin down of Lee's, and the IO has fallen too. Although a buyback will come from Zayat at the same time, and he will be able to return to the fight shortly. Nemiga, though, repositioning themselves and noticing maybe we should commit to this Roshan because Hydra's not nearby.
Yeah, that was Kiritek dodging the RP with a Stormcrafter. So Blizzy, I kind of feel like even if he can got that one,
he's gonna go back in, gonna finish up the Chen while they've taken down Roshan, and Nemiga should be able to close it now. And yeah, that Stormcrafter dodge on the RP, that was, you know, he wasn't suspecting it to happen.
Yeah, why is the enemy gyro holding a Stormcrafter? Come on, just get a normal item, a one that does damage, like a Mindbreaker. What are you doing? But Kiritek is like, nope, I'm a professional player. I can use this item better than most, and that is one of the best usages that I've seen in my life. So the gyro does survive, though I think that even if they had gotten that RP off, this it was a problem. The second he got hit by the arrow, yes, they forced him out. Yes, he got a BKB out, but he was in such a bad position, and the rest of his team, they can't help him. They just allowed the gyro, yo, go fight the guy 1 versus 1 and we will back you up. And that's exactly what Nemiga did. And now they're going for a high ground push. Hydra will have their 5 heroes and they're probably not gonna fight until they get them.
stun onto the gyrocopter, trying to get through that first life, but he's not fallen. Roar does go out onto Ascol 2 in the December Spirit. He needs to get BKB off, and he will be able to at 400 HP.
Pango caught.
Current the Aegis, they've got one. They got the cheese still on this gyrocopter. Pango being pushed around, poked around, and he doesn't get the disarm through. And Blizzy, he's trying to find an opening. He's trying to find some. While they finish off the Chosen One, we already know that Pango was going to die. I was looking at Blizzy. Could he still score a Blink Horn toss? But he was being bullied by one pesky little Beastmaster boy.
That was a bit of a mistake coming out from Nemiga. I think they were like, these guys are not gonna fight us, just as I said, just as I thought was gonna happen. So they used the Satanic. After the Satanic was used, then they went for him. And even with all of the saves in this world, if he can't heal himself back up to full with the Satanic, he will die. And Hydra now, they smell blood, and they're gonna be going for smoke, most likely catching the gyro off guard.
This could be really good for Hydra if they connect it perfectly. They see the targets, they see the IO. They're gonna go for the man. Or at least get this one man. We're coming with the timing. They get the stun connection onto IO. We'll get him for a second. He's gonna get duels into the air. And looks like they're gonna save the IO too. Nuka's down. Dream in trouble. Does get the Sunder on, but the RP on the spot from Blizzy. The roar comes out though. It's not gonna be enough to control this TV, or is it gonna be? It looks like the TV is down. And 90 seconds without your damage dealer is gonna be enough. The Chosen One, he lands the home run on top of Blizzy and gets the Magnus down. And with that buyback, with the return from Nemiga, looks like that's gonna shut down Hydra's game.
Yeah, it will. And finally, the pressure did come to Blizzy. He whips 2 RPs, 3 total in this game, maybe even 4. So the ground got stunned quite a lot, but not really the heroes of Nemiga. And this is the problem when, you know, you're like, I have to get a multi-man RP. I have to get a big target plus 1 more, and you're bound to make mistakes because of that one. Then you just get caught in the flag cannon, stopping his blink dagger here. A lot of AoE things flying around from Nemiga that will stop his blink, and he just had such a hard job. So Blizzy, I don't think he should be too mad about himself about this game, but he's definitely not gonna be feeling the greatest in game number 2.
Oh, for sure. You can definitely see that he's not happy with how this game went through. He wasn't allowed to play his game and play his role. And Nemiga also recognized the way that if Blizzy is the biggest threat on Hydra's team to shut his game down, we have a whole lot of more openings in this one, and they've played it nicely. They've played it through a couple mistakes on the high ground. Those things happen, you know. The high ground is a scary place to go to. Classic Finnish Dota, usually the end of our games is go to high ground and then we lose the game. But outside of that, Nemiga recognizing their strengths, recognizing their weaknesses, how to overcome those, and I feel like they played this game nicely. But Hydra, even with Mega Creeps up against them, looks like one more smoke or a Hail Mary play could be the thing. Let's see if they do it, or do they stay inside their base, wait for that Roshan, wait for their buybacks, which they might just need.
Well, they can't really deal with the waves that well. Sure, you have the Magnus, you have the Terribly Delusions, but the thing is, you're playing against the Mirana catch, or against the Relocate, against the Roar, so if someone steps out a little bit too much, he will be going down. I agree with you, Nemiga really played a solid game this one, and yeah.
Which we might have missed in the last fight. I was looking at the IO being Yulesed up into the air, but he did not have a Yules, and it was not a Hydra Yules, it was the Mirana Wind Waker.
Yep.
Just crazy. Just, you know, so many great tools.
Yeah, I think it's just perfect understanding from Nemiga how to play this game, and now we know. I mean, I watched their series against CIS Rejects, but now against Hydra, who won against one of the favorites, we're seeing Nemiga just easily go through them. And as you said, they knew exactly what they were doing. In the first part of the game, they were trying not to fight at all. They're like, guys, we don't have the damage. Let's not do it. Let's secure our farm. We'll get our timing, will be there. And as soon as the Beastmaster got his Aghanims and the Gyro was fat enough to be able to go into fights, they started pushing forward, and after that it was all downhill for Hydra. Right now Hydra, they are in a 38k gold deficit. I would say it's insurmountable, but you know, this is one of those, you're hyping up Blizzy to get him hyped up for the next game. Come on, man, get a 5-man RP, because they know Nemiga might come in as a madman, and then you might not win the fight even with that, but at least your offlaner is gonna be feeling better. So that might be the idea why they're not calling GG just yet.
I mean, it's still an important match, so might as well see it through. They've seen how many mistakes Nemiga has been doing on their high ground, so they're probably relying on that possibility that if they still make a silly mistake on the high ground, overthink themselves a bit too much, Hydra has still an easy chance of slowly bringing it back into their favor. They've had experiences of these long games, so has Nemiga. Talking about that 69-minute game that Nemiga had earlier on last week.
One thing, Panda, we haven't touched upon, and I think it's very important for the viewers, considering that that you don't see Chen too often. He went for the Aghanim Scepter, and if people are asking themselves why the roar is always lasting for 0.01 second, it's because the Hand of God applies a strong dispel, right?
Yep.
So as soon as he sees the roar, he immediately pops the Hand of God. It's not about the heal at this point, it's more about removing that roar and hard lockdowns that Nemiga actually do have.
Because Hydra has literally no saves in their team, so that Aghanims provides at least one for the team, and it's a AoE one too. Really good thinking here from Zayats, and also what we generally don't really talk about Chen too much and the creeps that he picks up. Why he has all these small creeps like Centaur Coursers or the smaller Hellbears, the potatoes. Is because of the magic resistance, and that also soaks up a bit of that axe damage, a bit of Pango's damage, a tiny bit from the cooldown, and the rocket barrage from the gyro. So all of these things add up.
You know why Hydra isn't GGing out yet? Is because they have mega creeps themselves. You can look at Zayats, who's sporting 2 range creeps who have more damage than most of his team. These creeps, they're stronger than the master. It just shows that they're not aware just how weak their master actually is. Look at them. They have 160, almost 170 damage per hit. These guys are actually going to be... they're gonna be destroyed by the gyro in a fight, but if gyro is not attacking, maybe these mega range creeps can actually do some decent damage to the side of Nemiga.
Maybe they can. Nemiga, though, they're biding their time. 5 seconds for the minimum time of Roche, and I'll ask you, give me quickly, what's your estimate?
Ooh.
30 seconds.
Okay. That was the best estimate. The best estimate I've ever had.
Just 2.
But 2 minutes, of course. Yeah.
Seconds, 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was 2 minutes. So yeah, 30 seconds. Yeah, very fast Roshan spawn, and we will get another Roshan up, and that's going to be a refresher shard too.
Yep, and then Aghanims, another one. So Heaven, he has one. The Ags might go to the Pango, given that he has a Basher.
Pango or IO. I feel like Pango would want to get it with the Basher. That's one of my favorite Pango builds. Basher and Aghanims.
Yeah, and if he gets 2.5 second shield crash and ball, but needs level 27 for that one, it will be a big deal. But Nemiga, they're just taking their time. I think they're sucking the life out of Hydra right now. You don't want a GG? Really? You don't want a GG? Okay. If you don't raise the white flag, we will torture you. We'll torture you forever. And Hydra, I don't know what they're discussing right now, but maybe they're just having fun. You know, sometimes Dota is about fun. Yeah. Attacking creeps. You're kind of playing X Hero Siege here with those versions that are busted that you can't really win, you know, and no matter how many items you get, no matter what you do, you're still gonna be losing when you get to the boss. And the Roche has respawned, so it is here, and the Nemiga will take an easy one.
I agree with you. I think it's important that Hydra does have a little bit of fun too, because when we talked with Muka, he did say, "I love them, everyone, and they are my friends." So that's kind of like that OG kind of spirit, and I like to hear it, and I like to see it. You have like this unison with your lineup.
Yep, it's important. It's definitely important to like the people that you play with. At some point, though, if results aren't coming, you might not like them as much. But I have to say, even in some of my unsuccessful teams, which is all of them, I still stayed friends with most of the people.
So this might just be the last smoke attempt from Nemiga. Double cheese, 1 Aegis. We got a shard. We've got everything Gucci here on the board here from Nemiga. What can Hydra provide? What can they give? This is their time to shine. High ground wards being placed down. Kiritich, Vanscore leading the charge. Where's Blizzy? Where is Blizzy? He is smoked up. Or actually not smoked up, just using his trickster smoke on the back. JP already down to half HP. Has to be careful. Metamorph has been used. This is the primary Metamorph.
Give them a fight. Give them a fight. Don't run away.
The control of the Muka. Asphalt jumping the backline. Looking for IO. Looking for Vanscore. Gets the save from Heaven. With the once again the wind wings longer. Dream getting himself at least the HP back with the Satanic, and the RP for Blizzy might still be possible for the last goal is down. Hydra are losing members, but Nemiga keeping up the pressure, trying to take down Hydra. They put the focus on the gyrocopter. It's a slideshow right now. Can somebody change the PowerPoint? We've got everyone dying on every side of the fight, and they've got the TB, and Nemiga will be able to close it out. They've taken all the cores, everyone down. Ultra kill for Heritage, and 51 minutes later, we finally have a victor, and it is Nemiga Gaming.
Yeah.
Radiant team's turn to ban.
Let's go. Skip it up. Welcome back. In week Nemiga
Radiant team's
versus
turn to ban.
Hydra, as we saw Nemiga close out that in some, though a couple of mistakes here and there, but still a victory is the most important thing that they can get out of that first game. Hydra must be feeling a bit
Fire
upset.
team ban.
Not too upset, but a little bit phased in a sense that they want to look for something different draft-wise. We might see the Magnus
Radiant
twice, but
team's
something
turn to pick.
different around it because Blizzy definitely wants to show he's a good Magnus player. What do you
Dire
think, Harry
team's
Free?
turn to pick.
Well, there are two options. Either they pick him a Magnus right now and he's super confident I'm gonna destroy it right now, or he would maybe like to just stop for a second and play something else so that so that he forgets that Magnus
Dire
game and
team's
those not so successful RPs as fast as possible. So Nemiga again are going to be going for the Beastmaster, and now Hydra, they'll go for a Kunkka, a hero that was banned in the previous one, if I'm not mistaken, and I think I'm not. So Kunkka actually a pretty solid hero against the Beastmaster if it does come to these two guys laning against each other. And I kind of feel like even if Nemiga decide to put this beast in the mid lane, he will be met
5 seconds
with a mid
remaining.
lane Kunkka. If they try to put him in the off lane, he will be met with a safe lane Kunkka. And I'm liking this response from Hydra for sure. This is one of those heroes that even if he gets roared, you see that you're gonna get roared, you lift your arm, you get the ghost ship out, and you do survive. And Hydra now, they have just so much tankiness between the two.
And I really like that Hydra's also allowing Nemiga to go, hey, pick your Kunkka. You get first pick. We leave it out of the draft. You can take your safe lane Kunkka if you want to. They don't, and they take it for themselves. So
10
that also
seconds
kind of
remaining.
shows confidence that you're not banning Nemiga as one of their
5
most
seconds
successful carry heroes in the last month, and their most played carry hero too. I mean,
People tend to assume that sometimes puppies and Kurokis allowing the enemies to play their best heroes is stubbornness. It might be a slight factor of that one, but also a big thing with it is if you know the biggest strength of your opponents and you think that you're ready for it, it's the best possible way to approach Dota, right? You know what your enemy is gonna pick. You know what they're gonna pick. That's a big advantage if you have an answer for it. And Nemiga, they stopped for a second, but they go for a Timber, which I think this is the hero that they want to lane against the Kunkka. Be it the mid lane, be it the off lane. We already saw that they can play the Beastmaster in the mid lane as well, and the Timber Saw even in the mid has been known to be one of the best Kunkka counters. Usually people think, how do you counter this guy in lane? But even I don't know if you remember when you could Tidebringer and deny with that. At that point, the heroes that actually did well against Kunkka in lane were the Timber Saw and the Dragonite, the fat guys who go into his face and start smashing him there. So I'm really liking this one from Nemiga, but the thing is, we might actually see some musical lanes here, T-Panda, considering that the Kunkka definitely wants to dodge this guy.
musical chairs potentially,
10
yeah. I mean,
seconds remaining.
very, very possible. The bands that they're looking at right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Mobility heroes, the Slark, the Ursa. Could potentially think Lifestealer as one too. Though with Hydra, if we look at their bans from the first game, they targeted Batrider, Ursa, and the Razor. This time, Ursa banned by Nemiga. Nemiga's bans were the Willow, the Night Stalker, and the... So I don't think... Would you allow the Mars through if you've picked Timbersaw for yourself? Like, I mean, you're happy with going up against more strength heroes if you're a Nemiga.
I think you're okay with it. As you said, more strength heroes, more damage from the Whirling Death. The Mars is one of those strength heroes that actually does a ton of magic damage that might be able to bring you down. But when you look at the Chen, the damage is not going to be coming out from position 5, so you might actually survive that one. So I think Hydra, they shouldn't be looking to kill this Timbersaw early because it's going to be almost impossible. And now we see the ban on the Dark Willow, and that's a heavy burst damage, single target burst damage coming out of a support that Hydra might need if they want to kill him. Interesting thing though, Nemiga didn't ban out the Mirana, and Hydra, they have the first pick in the second phase, so they're most likely gonna be picking it up. And with the Kunkka, that does actually allow you to kill the Timbersaw at a point once you do get the Spirit Vessel going out.
There's also one of Mika's stronger heroes as well from the post-4 world, though, getting rid of the Dark Willow. Mika's happy with this one. though they have the double pick. So Hydra's gonna have to most likely pick a support hero here. This is gonna be Muka's hero pick. I would presume he wants to pick the support with the Chen and the Kunkka and start revealing their cores after, because you get to pick a core into Nemiga's double pick, which are double supports though. So would you still actually pick a core into the double supports Nemiga's most likely looking for? Or unless if they open up a mid, they're going to pick a mid hero or look at Kunkka being mid. So how would you look at this next phase of the round? I think this is really important now for both teams.
I think they'll go for a support. I actually think they'll go for a Mirana because it goes well with their lineup and they'll actually have kill potential. But picking a core in this kind of a situation where the enemies already showed 2 of theirs is a tough thing to do, because as you said, you're gonna be responding with supports, and yeah, there's the Mirana. The reason for that is the supports can counter a carry without items, right? So you usually don't want to do it. So that's why Hydra gonna be going for the Mirana, and as expected, I'd say this is a really contested hero in this series, considering that both of the position 4s of the teams play it. But I like it. With the Kunkka, you can actually go for kills, and this time around, Hydra, as soon as they hit level 6 on the Kunkka, we're gonna be seeing someone dropping down, and you might actually be able to kill the Timbersaw if you have a heavy magic damage dealing mid laner, safe laner, or an off laner. We'll see what Hydra decide to go for.
Well, at least now Hydra do have themselves the X mark arrow combo, which has been successful for them in the past. They will get themselves at least a secured stun on one target. Now Nemiga, they could opt to pick a save. That's why the Abaddon ban came through from Hydra. You don't have the aphotic shield to remove the arrow stun from the target that's going to be X mark arrowed. Do they still go for... Oracle's there. LC potentially. I don't think LC is such a huge thing in Eastern Europe to play as a support. In NA and in Europe, you would still consider LC as a 5 or a 4. Or you just put your Timbersaw in mid and put these spots. But still, I feel like it doesn't have... Like, Oracle's the only hero that really fits into the equation.
Oracle would be okay, but the hero is just not in that good of a place right now because of the laning phase. Has just such low damage. He needs levels to be able to burst people down with the Purifying Flames, so they're not going to be going that route. And Nemiga will go for the Jakiro. I like this thing. Nemiga are going for heroes that die hard, right? And Hydra, they don't really have really slayers, right, on their side. Jakiro is a very tough hero to kill. People underestimate. He has almost 800 HP level 1, and now with the buffed up turn rate, he used to be very slow. You would just turn around forever, but now he can actually use those wings for flying and not just kind of staying in place. So he's not going to be going down that easily. Whatever you pick on the side of Hydra, which might be a stun to set up for the arrow, the Jakiro could survive that one, right? And he's one of those heroes who's actually fine to stay with the creep wave. So Nemiga will go for Rubik, which for now doesn't seem like that good of a pick to me, I have to say.
I think what we're looking at Rubik here is a telekinesis shard lift save.
Yeah, maybe that's the idea.
You don't have a save in your team at all, so Rubik with telekinesis and the shard at least provides some manner of protection against the X mark and the arrow. Even if you get arrowed, you can still move them to safety, but there's also a slight chance that you're able to disjoint. The arrow doesn't connect if you're able to squeeze it in between. That just makes it a tiny bit harder for the Mirana, though you're still gonna land your arrows at the same time as the Kunkka lands the X mark, so it's just down to the Kunkka to play. Still, as you said, not too many great spells to steal, not the most perfect Rubik game, so very interesting pick as a whole, but it definitely did put Hydra thinking, because they're running out of time here. They will decide to go for the Faceless Void,
which is a beautiful hero here.
Chronosphere, which is like, yeah, it doesn't really...
Yeah. It's a beautiful hero here because of the time dilation, right? You only have it level 1, but still all of these heroes, they're spammers. Especially the Timbersaw, he'll have to go for an early Lotus, Yules, whatever he wants to. You have another setup for the arrow, which is going to be the Chrono. The problem I see for Hydra is their damage output is very low, so it wouldn't surprise me if they put the Kunkka into the off lane in this one and get something like a Queen of Pain, like a Storm Spirit, something that does massive amounts of damage, because you need to punish the slow supports. Also, on another note, Rubik now, he does have the Time Walk, so that's going to be a solid spell for him, but another reason reason I don't like the Rubik is if the Timbersaw, let's say, is laning in the off lane, which doesn't have to be the case right now, right? But if he's laning there, you want to have a mobile hero that can actually help the other lanes, like the Mirana, like the Earth Spirit, right? Those are the kind of heroes that you want to combo with this guy because he doesn't need help in the lane. The Rubik, where is he gonna rotate really? Towards the, let's say, the Beastmasters in the mid, Beastmaster and the Rubik, they're not killing anyone. He might be able to rotate to the safe lane, but still not really that killer that you're looking for. So those are also the reasons I'm not really fond of this Rubik pick. And sure, now he's at least gonna have the constant spell to jump around from the Faceless Void, so at least something going in the in favor of Nemiga when it comes to this Rubik pick.
We are going to see the Mars and the LC both, man. We discussed about the LC save opportunity a bit earlier on. Now with the Mars too, just not happy with letting the Mars through. You talked about the magical damage, which can definitely be a bit of a nuisance too if you add it with the Faceless Void, because then you have two big teamfight ultis and you don't know which one's going to be coming out first. They're going to get rid of the Medusa, one of the more harder targets here for Hydra to kill. Very difficult because you don't actually have anyone to take it out.
Wraith King is in the pool, yep. It looks pretty solid to me here.
Well, that's for Nemiga. I feel like it could actually fits in pretty nicely. Able to soak up that initial initiation from Hydra. Makes it a bit harder for the Faceless Void as well to think about his chrono placements and how important of a role he's going to be playing too. And overall, I feel like if they just put this Beastmaster technically into the offlane, because this is the big question here. Aincrad plays both of these heroes. Chosen One plays both of these heroes. They could still flex in whatever manner they want to. So what does Nemiga end up going with? The Wraith King. You said it. You're the man. You know exactly where we're going here, Hairy Freak.
Yeah.
What do you answer this with?
Tears. I don't know. This is looking pretty tough for Hydra. I'm gonna come back to the Rubik pick now. I might have an idea why they picked it. They were maybe afraid of the Sand King coming in because Hydra, they need a lot of magic damage, right? And if they would, if there's a perfect hero to combo with the Mirana, it would be the Sand King and the Rubik. He loves playing against him. Ooh, the Batrider. Actually, that's a good one. The thing is though, everything is on this Batrider. Aincrad will be laning with Beastmaster, and actually now Hydra, they have found a crack in Nemiga's defenses, considering that they can't gank this Batrider early on. They can't find him. You need to bring multiple heroes. You need to use the roar to be able to kill this guy. I'm actually loving this one for Hydra. Is it gonna be good enough to win the game? I kind of feel like he really needs to get off on a good start, and Nemiga are gonna know about this. So as soon as they get the roar, we might be seeing the supports, maybe even before that, just storming down the mid lane. So I'm liking this one for Hydra, but Ascol has put an X on his back right now, and he's definitely going to be hunted in this one.
Does, and I'm also looking at Ascold's stats. I haven't looked at his pub games, but he's only played one official game in the last month on this Batrider. It was a win for him, but still only one statistic there. So is he feeling this hero? What can he prove to show here? His laning matchup against the Beastmaster, a whole different laning matchup as well, Beastmaster versus the Batrider. So it will be interesting to keep an eye open on that one. Most likely we'll be looking at that mid matchup very heavily between these two heroes. We do have the Timbersaw going up against the Faceless Void and Wraith King versus the Kunkka. So Blizzy playing the offlane Kunkka, not feeling the Magnus from last game, wants to play it a little bit differently. Has a strong lane with the Mirana. I'm still kind of optimizing on that pre-map game, so I'm gonna say Hydra. We're gonna see a tie in this one, at least based on the draft.
The reason I'm gonna be going for Nemiga here is because I think that the Batrider might be good for this game, but level 2 boards, just as the Batrider wants to fight when he wants to fly over you, that's level 3, 2 points in Sticky Napalm. You don't have the movement speed to get over the Beastmaster because of the boars. And that's a big problem. Sometimes let's say you would see a Batrider versus an Ursa in the mid lane. You go for him, the Ursa jumps behind, he slows you, and you can't get over him. Suddenly you're not doing the damage. So I kind of feel like this Mirana for me is gonna be the X factor if he can get a few arrows in the mid lane, if he can set up a few things for the Batrider. But I think the Nemiga are aware the way we lose this game is if a Batrider just goes out of control, and you just need to not fight him when you are not 100% 100% certain you're bringing him from 100 to 0, and you actually have the tools to do so. Again, Hydra, they have some saves, the boat, the hand of God, but if the Batrider gets roared, there is more than enough damage here on the side of Nemiga if they bring enough heroes to finish him off. So I'm gonna be going for Nemiga. I'm hoping for a game 3 like you, so let's hope I'm wrong and you're right, so that we go into game 3 in the series as well.
Most importantly, what we want to see is entertaining Dota, no matter what the scoreline is going to be. If it's a 2-0, if it's a 1-1 and go all the way to 3 maps. We did have a very passive early game. 10 minutes for the first blood in the first match, which took us a long time, and then we slowly started building in this game to Nemiga's favor, step by step by step. Now I want to see some brawling. I want to see some blood. I want to see some, you know, called about the fresh meat for a little bit. Let's see if that's the case, though. Zayat's on the low ground. He's got his wards placed down, and Nemiga's chosen one will be spotted, so that'll be this situation. They will find the wards. There's. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they will. So, are we having a prediction moment? When are we gonna be getting a first blood?
30 seconds to battle.
Huh? Are we doing it?
Actually, a good idea. Actually, before you say it, Twitch chat, if you're there, our lovely audience, write in chat your suspected time, minutes and seconds. Hopefully, it doesn't go through actually, hopefully it does go through Moobot, because usually they're looking at, oh, that's a spoiler score. But give your predictions for first blood. And Harry Freak, go ahead.
Let me see. So it's gonna be
Fast.
I'd say 7 minutes into the game.
Okay, I'm gonna say 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if that takes place or not. Our game starts now. Bounties 2-4-2. Tit for tat. So get our lanes rolling out. So what we want to really pay attention to is this mid lanes. Let's start off with Einkrat versus Askel. Batrider versus the Beastmaster. Love when it's the year 2021 and we see unique mid matchups, because you don't really get to see this too often.
Yeah, you don't. But you know what's really weird is that Rubik just placed the ward under the vision of the sentry that was definitely going to come out from Zayat. He thought that once he denies that one and places the ward that it's not going to get spotted, but now there's going to be a nice and easy ward for the Batrider to take. Will it really change the mid lane matchup? Not really, but a very weird mistake coming out from the position.
Yep, a happy support to get some extra gold, or free gold in this case. Definitely sees it in his vision, yeah. It's highlighted on the edge of the stairs. 4-7, so at least the first 2 creep waves going for the Beastmaster. 1 missed last hit. For Askel, that's 2.
Interesting.
Denied.
Interesting, he's not going for the Call of the Wild, so he doesn't want to slow the Batrider with the boars, but he wants to keep him low by spamming the Wild Axes, considering he has the magic one. That might be a possibility. Asgold going for a kill. He's level 2, he's not going to be killing him. You don't do it. He has just made a big mistake in my mind, because Firefly now, 45 seconds, Einkrat can do whatever he wants.
Much, yeah. And he also even throws some axes in his back, too, so... will maybe cause some difficulties. He's gonna go for the ward now. And fun fact, since he left that observer ward there for a little bit longer, which didn't provide any extra vision, he got 7 extra gold for it. So it's not 100, it's 107.
Yeah, that's definitely a big difference that will make a difference in this game. But this Chen Zayat is gonna be so rich. He might leave Dota right now and go enjoy life.
We can say at the end of the game, the big difference between his GPM and his opponent's GPM was because of that 7 gold picked up, because he's got banker knowledge.
Yep. So I think mid lane is still gonna be quite interesting to see here, but I think we can focus on the other lanes as well, because Mirana and the Kunkka at some point, once Blizzy gets an X, we could be seeing an attempt onto Jakiro's life. Vansker is actually pretty low, and it wouldn't surprise me if they would attempt to kill him. And Kiritish, I'm liking that he finally we see a Ring of Protection on the rating. This hero just has such low armor, and you double it with the Ring of Protection.
Yeah, good pickup. So 1 piece towards a Soul Ring as well on this rating. So we talked about the Soul Ring Slark a little while ago, which was very baffling and very cool. It's obviously been around, like we talked about, the old times of Dota when people used to build it, and now it's kind of making a comeback, which is nice. You see the soul ring on the Wraith King, so that will ensure you to get that reincarnation even if you're at 1 HP. There's that. Plus, you get to use your spirits more often, or your skeletons more often, that is, because this model region is pretty poor.
And also, I want to go back to the top lane. We see Heaven on the Rubik really struggling. He is level 1. You want to give everything to the Timber Saw, but then what do you do with the Rubik? I kind of feel like this Beastmaster maybe decides to go for a jungle at some point when he's afraid that the Batrider might kill him, and that might be the idea for Nemiga, because this Rubik, he just can't find a place in this game. Yes, you are stacking, but you don't really have that good of a stack clear mechanism right now on the side of Nemiga.
At least he doesn't get XP, but he's gonna get a lot of money for these stacks if they are cleared by his team, given that is the case. So he can get his Blink Dagger pretty well too.
And this Kunkka Blizzy is farming super well. The Kunkka has 2 bracers. He is not taking any damage here, and Kiritish, even with the Ring of Protection, this Tidebringer is hurting him, and now we're gonna be seeing a Nex into him. Oh, they don't have an arrow.
No arrow, just right click. Still might do the trick though. Wraith King very low, and the Star Storm does the trick. And it was 4 minutes and 39 seconds, so whoever guessed that, congratulations on a successful bet.
That is gonna give you absolutely nothing, and Vanscore is dead here as well.
And watch while Blizzy gets the kill on Vanscore with the arrow from Muka and a Tidebringer from Blizzy. That's actually quite a lot of damage from very long range too, so and he's picked up his urn. That's most important. But sadly, he didn't have it for that kill because it was coming on the courier. If he was there with the urn to get that kill, he would have had 2 urn charges to go with.
Yeah, if he had gotten those, it would have been disastrous. At least this way, Muka will have to walk to the base, so at least the Wraith King will have some breathing room on the bottom lane. But the thing is, as soon as the Mirana comes back, Blizzy will be getting closer and closer to his level 6, and Kiritish is not gonna have it at the same time. So a X into a boat could be enough to finish off the Wraith King again, and this Wraith King might be forced out to the lane a little bit earlier than he would actually like it for it to happen.
Yule's Timber Saw with the Soul Ring. So he's got himself a save, a way to dodge arrow, so a way to keep the Batrider in place if he lassos an ally, because Timber's going to be very mobile too, and a way to dispel napalm charges.
I think, as we talked in the beginning, the Faceless Void time dilation will be a big thing. Roar? Yeah, he's not gonna use it. Yeah, so I think that Timbersaw, he has multiple reasons for Yules in this one, and we might actually see even a Lotus Orb come out because his teammates need that help as well, and he's the hero that should be building it. So it wouldn't surprise me if Chosen One has 2 ways of dispelling in this one. And now with the Timbersaw being level 6, finally he's gonna start putting a little bit more pressure to Dream on top. I'm curious to see if Hydra will be rotating there, or do they allow him to suffer a bit.
Taking some beating here, at least from the Timber Saw, but with just the help of 2 spells, Dream looks to be okay. I will keep an eye open on this bot lane, which is starting to look like a dead lane for the Wraith King. So this tower is now on a clock. Hydra to take it down.
And
restacks his Asphalt.
And we can see Nemiga, they understand what Hydra want to do. They're not giving them that many kills, but they're still losing so much ground. And the only place that they're actually being aggressive is on the top lane with Chosen One. And it seems like Asgold doesn't want to rotate just yet, at least before the Boots of Travel. That's not going to be happening, but the bottom lane.
Interesting play here from bottom. He actually tanks the arrow and keeps Vanscore alive. So now Blizzy's all alone. He's surrounded by enemies from all directions. Ray Fire Blast with the slow. Tries to go TP out, but hello, there's Vanscore with an Ice Path. That should be kill number 1 for Nemiga.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yep, they understood that the bottom lane tower defense is more important than the top lane tower, considering that the top lane will get pushed up by the Wraith King at some point. The skeletons will just randomly take it when Hydra isn't paying attention. So the Timbersaw, he wanted to defend this one. They know they have to take it a bit easier until they have more levels on their supports and are able to bring down the Batrider. That is the hero that you want to be hunting, but for now you can't do it, so it's all gonna rely on Nemiga playing around this Timbersaw, and when Hydra see a Timbersaw, they just bail and go somewhere else, unless Ascold actually decides that it's time to finish this annoying guy off.
3 kills in 8 minutes. That's more than we had in game number 1. Also rotating around with a DD rune on this Mirana. Very high right-click damage too. Just wants to stick around here. Okay. With the arrow. Also now pushing in the lane. Medallion face boots for Kunkka. So we're looking at a potential Solar Crest buff here for the Faceless Void. And it's following the kind of pattern that Nemiga were doing in game number 1, where they were all ready to buff and save the IO/Gyrocopter.
It's a weird one, I have to say. I haven't seen it for some time, and now Ascold will finally be rotating to Chosen One. Even the arrow connects, and this might be a kill.
I don't think this is gonna be good. This is very hard. Okay, I'll take my words back, because they did have the lasso in the end. Without that, it would not have been, because that Timber is so hard to kill. But they do have the magical damage for it, so it pays off. And very important that they get the first kill on this Timbersaw inside the first 15 minutes, because usually after 15 is like, okay, we should start looking at this first kill on the Timber, because that's where you have the potential of shutting his game down. He won't be able to push after that. He's going to be very scared. Put resources on a very high potential kill who has a lot of net worth on it, so it's also worth a lot of money.
Radiant's middle tower could use
So happy
some
they get the kill.
Yeah, and they opened up the tower, and that's you killed the strongest hero in Nemiga, the only one that can fight. And I think now the problem in their draft again, it's gonna come down to this Rubik that can't really do anything, right? The Mirana, she's gonna be comboing with everyone. Now when they want to use the Chrono with the arrow, they definitely can, and the Rubik, he just doesn't have a place in this game. He's just trying to get some levels and farm, and that is a problem. Let's say if you had a magic damage dealing position 4, like the Mirana, like the Dark Willow, you could be hunting for this Batrider, but Nemiga, they can't do the only thing that they need to do in this one, and that is shut down the Bat, who is working towards his BKB. Now even has the Windlace, so it'll be even more formidable.
Rubik has stolen Sacred Arrow, so let's see what Rubik's marksmanship skills are like.
Old fog left behind.
Honest good at shooting creeps. What does Heaven want to do? He's got some very good magical burst, though. He's thinking about using it. And also have that instant cast arrow too, so he could go for like a telekinesis arrow play. Oh, gets a catapult. This
yeah, that's a big one.
Picking up XP and money pretty fast now.
That's a big one. I think that Mirana really has to be careful in this game, giving the arrow to the Rubik. You're kind of giving Nemiga the only thing that they have to go for kills, and that's roar into arrow, right? So in my mind, that's a bit of a mistake coming out from Yuka. So now I would really want to see Nemiga go for a smoke and attempt to kill this Batrider, because he has been given way too much, and there it is.
So, let's see what they can do. Now, Nemiga can use that roar into arrow combo by himself. They see Dream. That's stun number 1, stun number 2, stun number 3. Good night, sir. That's an easy pick in for Nemiga.
Yeah, an easy one, though. The Faceless Void, probably, usually you would like to destroy the Space Creator in the mid game, right? The Faceless Void, he did go for a Midas. He will be getting a tons of farm. You're not gonna stop him from getting a lot, but still, he is the last in terms of net worth. Mid lane, just a second. Okay, there's not gonna be enough.
That there's a Chen army prepared to go. I love the Ghost though. Minus 25% movement slow is pretty obnoxious. You have a double stun plus the Mirana arrow. You have stuns for like almost 10 seconds in worth. Hydra.
They're even bringing the Faceless Void to the mid lane. They definitely want to open up this map on the top lane. Asgold.
See, just a bait, because Asgold is making a kill here on Vanscore. They're thinking about going onto this Timbersaw in mid. They don't ever go on the Chosen One, though. There's the Torrent. If it doesn't go for it, so that's just going to be a kill for Hydra. That's it.
Yeah, they get a nice easy pick off there from Asgold, getting him even closer to the BKB. The Kunkka finished off his medallion, and the Solar Crest will be done as well, which, as I said, it's a little bit weird to me, considering that the Faceless Void really won't be fighting that early arrow.
Gets the Torrent out in time before the arrow actually connected from Heaven. That was not the Nemiga arrow we were talking about. Tries to catch somebody, but they're gonna slip from this Jakira's Ice Path. That's going to be killing the Rubik, and no more arrow available. A bit of a wrap around here from the side. Maybe he'll find someone in the jungle, then scores around the area.
I'm trying to understand this Kunkka Solar Crest pickup. Yes, it is gonna buff up your Faceless Void, but the Dream, I don't really see him fighting anytime soon, so you definitely could have gotten something else first, like a BKB, let's say, or even a halberd, something along those lines, something that's gonna help you push. The Solar Crest for now, it is gonna help him push out the waves, but I don't see how it fits with his lineup. And Hydra, they'll go for a smoke, and I actually like this one considering that Muka and Blizzy, they need to be getting a ton of pickups with this combo, and on the top lane, for now, it doesn't seem like they're gonna be finding anyone.
Well, only 7 kills so far. Now looking for potentially more. Nemiga going for a smoke, as Hydra's also smoking up with 2.
Dire's top tower
There's the
is
Chen
under
army
attack.
right on top of this Rubik. They're locating where Zayats is, and Dream is also there. Chen is fending off any potential invaders. And there comes Heaven. Goes for the toss into the ice path. That works. MLS is flying down to the ground too. Kiritich is thrown into the air though by Blizzy. And here comes Askel. Wants to burn down this Wraith King. Napalm stacks being applied. Heavy damage onto the Rubik too. Nice chrono onto the backline from Dream. Will be able to get this kill onto Heaven. Should be able to. And finally gets it with the help of the bow from Blizzy. A couple stuns onto Vanscore and Hydra. They find themselves 2, maybe even 3, as Wraith King has died for the first time and for the second. Make it 3 for Hydra.
This was a little bit greedy coming out from Nemiga, wanting the Void there, wanting more, not going for the Chen immediately, and because of it, Hydra, they got their time to come together, and now this game is looking really, really tough for Nemiga. Yes, they do have some counters to the enemies, but the problem is this bat is going to be having a BKB, and how do you kill him if you don't lift him up and roar him before he uses that one? Asgold is going to be surviving, and the amount of damage he can do, well, we already witnessed it in this game. Every single hero on the side of Nemiga is going to be burnt to a crisp. So Hydra, really nice movements here on the map, but still Nemiga with a little bit of a greed there. They give Hydra a bit more than Hydra themselves were hoping for.
Up in mid, we're seeing some X-Mark plays from Blizzy trying to clear out this creep wave. Rubik has stolen X-Mark. What can they do with that X-Mark, by the way? Ice Path? Roar? Ice Path technically works with X-Mark.
The thing is, you don't have where to use it. The mid lane is not that easy to attack right now, just because the tower is still standing. The X mark into X mark has this weird interaction where the second X mark doesn't do anything. I don't know if they fixed that one, but I don't think so. So even if the Kunkka is X, you use your X on him, he's just gonna return to his own, and yours is gonna be cancelled out. So it's not really the best spell. On the bottom lane, Chosen One will try to force heroes there, and I think this is best bet for Nemiga. Try to force heroes to the bottom lane to focus on the Timber Saw while you get more farm and punish anyone greedy on the side of Hydra that is gonna be on the top lane. Domuka, this Mirana is not that easily caught, and he even has the Spirit Vessel, all of the items coming together for Hydra. And if we come back to the Kunkka, now he's going for a Lotus Orb, and that is the item that I actually like.
He's gonna get roared too. He needs to survive this. He's get the drop buff out, but he's not given the opportunity for it. And just controls from 100% to 0. They secure the kill on this Kunkka. Hydra have to hold on their side of the map though. Unfortunate for Nemiga is they can't push an objective with this because there's no creep wave to push. Chosen One still wants to cross the river. He wants to be the true alpha male here and just show him around. I'm the guy who doesn't... I'm not afraid of you.
Looks like Dire
There's a little bit of a push going on. Glyph has been used too. Hydra setting up for a potential wraparound here. Looking for an opportunity. Onto the Timber Saw. Chrono is available. They get the first stun. Arrow comes through. Combines with the Centaur Conqueror. But they can see there's no damage. Nice Ice Path from Vanscore. Prevents this Void from using his Chrono. It's not enough for a kill in the Void. But most importantly, 2 heroes did not get Chronosphered because of that Vanscore Ice Path. Nicely timed. Still going for it.
The bat is back, though.
It got the Chosen One, and the Timber Saw is gonna fall. And that's one for Hydra. Now they can keep on moving towards mid. Sadly, there's no tower to push, but a kill is a kill, nevertheless.
Yep, and it's a pretty big one. I kind of thought that Nemiga, when they killed the Kunkka, saw the TP from the Battle Rider to top lane, that they were gonna be playing more aggressive, and they took like 10-15 seconds there of hesitation, and because of that, they couldn't go for more, but now they get a chance in the middle. Ooh, the missed arrow.
Missed X-Mark arrow combo doesn't go through, and Rubik's stolen time walk now, so he's moving back to safety. He's got a Spirit Vessel ticking on him. Does go all the way back home.
Not much good.
So as I was saying there, Rubik had the X mark, right? So once they killed the Kunkka, that's the frontliner gone for Hydra. You go in like madman, get multiple kills and try to force down the towers, or at least you decrease the lead by getting kills. But they decide to take it a little bit easier. Then Chosen One kind of takes the charge, as you said, being the alpha male, but he didn't really choose the right timing, and because of it they get punished. So Hydra, they won't really lose much from that Kunkka kill, and now finally the bat has a BKB, and now it's scary territory for Nemiga.
Exactly. There's a time and place for everything, and talking about times and places, today is the Independence Day of Finland, which we are celebrating here on the 6th of December. So it is an important day for us, spending the day casting, watching some great Dota, but still a very important date for us. Just
Congratulations on your independence.
Thank you. I didn't fight in it, but we fought hard for it. At least we can make Finland proud. Vanscore hiding with a Shadow Amulet on the high ground. We've seen supports do this quite a lot. Ascald, well, he's found him. Out though, no vision.
Nicely done there by Vanscore, understanding that he can get out, and Hydra being a bit too greedy. Now we see that moves on the onto the enemy triangle, onto the enemy offlane, don't always give you that much. Nemiga, they might have made it work in the previous one, but Hydra in this second game, they won't be able to do it. And now they're going for a smoke. They know that Hydra need to get themselves back up into position, and maybe they can catch someone off guard, but no one on the side of Hydra is going to be taking the bait just yet. But this is a smart move from Nemiga. They knew that they needed to make something happen, though right now they will be under enemy vision, so if Hydra sees an opportunity, they can definitely go for it.
Okay, anybody reveals on the map, still smoked up.
Radiant's middle
Heroes.
tower could use some
Hydra
help.
on the other side. See, one piece towards his Lotus Orb. They might have just seen each other's there for a second. One also running under direct vision of Hydra. Still can't get to that mid-tier 1 tower. We've seen a lot of traffic in this mid lane, but not able to close in onto that tower. Nemiga just struggling to cross the river, and Hydra's got some really good wave clear here with that Kunkka also just constantly pushing it away.
Yeah, but now it's becoming a bit dangerous for Hydra, right? We're gonna go back to that BKB on Asgard. Yes, he didn't use any charges, but they're not playing aggressively, Hydra. They're not increasing their lead, and they are stronger. At some point, you're gonna slip up, and when it comes to the later portions of the game, the Wraith King, he does out-carry the Faceless Void. He will be a very tough opponent to deal with, and now they are hunting him, but it's not an easy hero to hunt down, so Kinetic is gonna be okay. And I'm not liking that Hydra aren't playing more aggressively. They took down the mid tower. They could definitely be more aggressive than this.
Zayat's getting caught, so Hydra looking for a quick opener here on 1 kill. Meanwhile, also Vanscore falls next to the Roche Pit. That was a no lasso used. We still have the ulti up on the Batrider and 20 seconds for Firefly, meaning Nemiga still can't quite get to this mid-tier tower. They've been trying for quite some time. Blizzy is not leaving. Even parked himself here.
Yeah, he is definitely having a much less stress-free game than he had in the previous one, where it was like RP, RP, RP. Now it's hit the creeps and just take some rum, use Ghost Ship and stuff like that. That's what the Kunkka does, so he's definitely going to be fine in this one, just getting even some bonus boars.
That is kind of like such a Viking storyline, even though Kunkka is not Nordic, but you know, hitting some creeps, drinking some rum. Living the life, man.
Yep. And
sounds very relaxed to me, at least. However, no action rune here. They were already ready to scuffle for it. Ascol picks up the arcane rune for himself in the bottle.
So Hydra now, they have a BKB on the Void as well. I think there's nothing to wait for any longer. Go and fight. Yeah.
Okay, so Vanscore's not a high priority target. That's something. Though, Chosen One. Hey, wait, who used the Yules there? Okay, so Rubik used his own Yules. So about that. Hydra was already moving towards the target. Felt like Lizzie might have caught someone with X mark. Taking over the triangle, and a Radiant scan right on the money.
I feel like kind of Vanscore was a good kill because he could open the Roche for you. If there's a reason for this Solar Crest, apart from grappling the Void in later stages of the game, you can go for the Roche, right? You have the Chen, you can definitely do it. So it's weird to me that they didn't go for it kill into Roche. Then you're gonna force Nemiga to fight you, and you have two BKBs. Now they will walk into the Roche, but under Hawk Vision, and that Jakiro, he's actually really strong. He's really strong at fighting around the Roche pit, so this might be a tough one for Hydra if they get caught off guard.
Here's the smoke. Roche is halfway. It's taking too long for Hydra. They need to be prepared for it. Arrow has been used. Starstorm has been used by Muka. Kiritich goes for the blink in onto the Mirana, taking him down to half HP. Dream with the Chrono has held connection onto 2 at least, but the stolen Chrono as well from heaven. He's trying to try and interrupt Hydra. He does throw it onto the backline. They will also take a lot of damage. They'll take another beast match, so the BKB now popped, and also Raging has popped for the first time. Kiritich pops his own, and he's on the run. He's just got too many targets to hit right now. He's going to focus onto the Batrider with the help of the Chosen One, getting some damage in as well with the Chakra. They're throwing into the air with the Yule. They've already taken down Muka on the backlines too, and Heaven also falls at the hands of Dream. The Chosen One going to give it a damage onto Syat, but looks like it's not going to be necessarily enough because Dream is hacking him down. We're also going to Roar connecting onto the Batrider. Aingrag getting some damage onto Ascol. Ascol still living through it, but they've lost the Wraith King, and 50 seconds gone for him. And the Chosen One, he's looking for a way out. There's nothing to escape to. They will lose Kiritich, and the Chosen One Vanscore still going back in, throwing in his spells, getting a bit of magical damage out there, but it's not going to be enough. Dream and an arrow connecting onto the Rubik too with the help of Lizzie, and that's going to be another casualty. And Vanscore looks to be yet again another kill for Hydra, and they just overrun Nemiga. Nemiga, they have the manpower, they have the firepower, they have everything to take this road for themselves now.
It wouldn't surprise me if they called GG right now, because Nemiga just, they understood the importance of this Roche. They knew that this was the part of the game that they could maybe take it back. That's why they used 3 buybacks. And they still lose the fight quite convincingly without being able to kill anyone until those buyback people actually came back in. So Hydra, they just showed how stronger they are at this point. And Nemiga, I actually don't know what that approach to the Roche pit was. They approached in a way that they get multiple mana chronoed. They were just walking hand in hand, Vanscore and the Beastmaster there. That's something that you just cannot do. They were just running like, oh, Roche is low, you know, just not thinking about how do we approach this Roche. One goes from this side, one from the other. Let's not get multiple man chrono, because then there's a boat follow-up, and if your Wraith King is left alone, he just can't do the damage. He's gonna get kited to hell. Look at these heroes on the side of Hydra. They have X, they have jump from the Faceless Void, jump from the Mirana, and the Batrider. He's just so fast. The Chen will never be close enough. This is just a weird approach to the fight from Nemiga, who didn't respect the strength of Hydra, and because they got punished, as I said, it wouldn't surprise me they have called GG. They still think they have some chances in this one, but I have to say, T-Panda, they are very, very slim.
They are very far behind for sure. So many times I've seen the Faceless Void go up against the Wraith King. The Void usually ends up winning that matchup the further the game goes. So in the current state of things, it does look like Hydra is on the driver's seat. It's now up to them to lead the direction of this game. And for Nemiga, just kind of hope that this ride lasts for long enough and they can still catch him, stick in, stay in the ride. Though, with the last events, that graph is now further and further away for Hydra. Push down this tier 2 tower in bottom. Age is still up for 3 minutes and 10 seconds, so Hydra definitely want to use that for another team fight. They have all their ultis up. They have that Aegis for a second life.
Not much good's happening to Radiant's
Pretty good for them.
tower.
For Nemiga, well, I hate to say it, but that mid tier 1 tower is still remaining.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like he's gonna be going down anytime soon. Finally, they're gonna put their attention to the top lane. I don't know if you remember our game where we casted bait, where they couldn't take down the mid lane tower, and then finally, after some time, they went towards the top. Yeah. This is how you open up a map. You go to top, you force some rotations, then you have a really short line towards the mid lane. But the thing is, Hydra, they understand this top lane tower, it's not worth it for us. Don't use any rotations. Save the mid lane one, because there it is Kunka's retirement home. He likes to be there, and now Hydra, they'll take over the enemy triangle. With that's how you will deal with the top lane, by cutting down the waves if you really feel like it is necessary.
Asphalt, 1 versus 3. Can you hold his ground?
Unstoppable!
Oh, sorry.
Own it!
Yeah, Asphalt will get 1 kill at least. Force of Nemiga's heroes on the run. Both have on the chosen one. Curse it, Bash. Of course you do. What a
I think that was like him being a nice guy, because you don't want to torture this poor guy. You want to kill him immediately. And now Timbersaw, look at this is a much worse death, right?
Yep.
Imagine being just constantly hit and you're not dying, but you know you're gonna die. That Rubik, he doesn't even feel it. Just in a second he goes down. So Dream, he's a pretty nice guy if you ask me.
Well, now we are up 11,000 gold for Hydra, and things are getting harder. And as you said, with those couple kills, it opens up as well for Hydra to start taking more of these tier 2 towers as they finish off the tower in the top lane and start moving towards mid and top. Potentially one of those side lanes and go to the high ground, because there's still 1 minute remaining on that Aegis. And Dream is level 22 on this Faceless Void. He's very hard to kill.
Hydra don't have to risk it. They could go for the high ground, but they don't have to risk it. I kind of feel like they might just go up, force the enemies back, then they will take the entirety of the map. We can already see that Ascold is on the bottom lane, maybe trying to catch someone who is trying to split push, because the only way for Nemiga to fight is split push on the bottom lane, Hydra TP, and then you go for a chase. That's the way that you open up your triangle, and yep, they force the enemies back. Hydra, they are gonna keep themselves safe there, and now finally maybe Kiritich can show himself on the bottom lane if he feels safe. But now we can see Hydra just not showing that many heroes, making sure that whoever wants to go to the bottom lane is going to be very, very afraid.
Turtle defense has now been applied inside Nemiga's base, building up walls, building up barricades, as they're trying to push the only lane they currently can touch on, and that's the bot lane.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
Creeps out, getting some farm for the Wraith King. He's got a big item on his mind, that is the Bloodthorn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
If the Hyperstone is actually indicated towards AC, but it does look like he wants to make that Orchid first.
Oh,
very interesting build.
You need the Hyperstone now for the Bloodthorn. It has been changed, so it's Orchid, Hyperstone, and Recipe. So that's why. Nemiga
AC could have also been an option, but yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I think the AC is okay, but Nemiga, look at the smoke. The smoke is to take over the map. You can't take over your triangle, so you need to take over the bottom part of the map first. Once you do that, then maybe you can force Hydra to come there and then go into your triangle, because without the triangle, you're losing 2 of the lanes, and on the bottom lane with the tier 1 being up, you have no play around the map. But the thing is, all of these things, they are very easily read, right? At this point in the game, you can always easily read your opponent's. Dota has evolved to that part, and now immediately they go for a smoke, because they know the timing of the enemy smoke is done, and they will be in a place where they're easily caught, and that's gonna be the bottom part of the map. They already killed the Jakiro, and let's see if they can get anyone else.
Oh, Heaven is one target for sure, that if they can just close in the gaps, and they see exactly where he is. The arrow misses though, and kills a boar of Minecraft. He literally just got that wolf out, or that boar out. Gets hit by an arrow, and that's already out. Now getting to push, and Aegis is out. Roshan is up in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ascot pushing out that bot lane once again. They're a bit spread on Hydra's side. As said, they don't have to force anything on the high ground. They can take their sweet time, wait for the next Roshan, and start looking for options. Sayat is under a hawk. Yeah, looked like for a second they wanted to jump on that Chen, but as soon as they realized that Hydra's already regrouping, that's probably not the call to go for, so they're just gonna sack this tier 2 tower, let Hydra finish off the final outer tower, and now truly must be a one big red button that somebody's pressed, that this time we're not leaving the base anymore.
Yeah, again, now both of the teams, Nemiga, they know what they have to do, but it's just so easily read. So one guy will split push to the bottom lane. He will try to dodge the gank, which will be unsuccessful now, because Chosen One will most likely die, right? He sets himself up for an arrow. Not gonna be happening though. And while they are hunting that guy, they need to get out to the base. But the problem is, they get out to the base, they're just so much weaker. And
just
Hydra, they know about everything.
2 quick pickoffs, and that should open up the map now for Hydra completely, and even the high ground. But still, taking their sweet time. Rubik's manages to steal the time walk just before.
I get
a little bit of a pause, and this time we have some lags. Go side. Unfortunate, though. Doesn't look like it's still going to have any impact or any change to the story of this game because I don't think Hydra can lose this anymore.
Yeah.
That's a bold statement, but I'm just going to say it anyway because I feel like Hydra is in such a good position.
Yeah, in my mind, the Nemiga here, given that all of their moves that are going to be outmaneuvering the enemies are very easily read, right? This is 1-2 Dota. There is not much about it. They're in this part of the map. We can go here, but if they go there, we will respond with this one. And it's very easy to know what you do at this point. So I think that Nemiga now, they have one last thing left in their tank. It's take a fight, right? Take a fight, go for the Faceless Void, and try to kill him from 100 to 0 immediately. He doesn't have that much status resistance, considering he only is sporting a Titan Sliver, so you might be able to do it. It's very unlikely, but that's your best bet. The longer you wait, the harder it will become, because there's gonna be more defensive items, there's gonna be more items on the Faceless Void, he'll have more levels as well. Once he gets the backtrack, it becomes impossible. So you do have that 0.1% chance to win right now, or to win a fight, maybe not the game, but at least a fight. It's a start, and I think you should take it as fast as possible, waiting in your base and hoping that the enemies will make a mistake. Not gonna happen. And this time around, you do not have a Magnus RP, you do not have a big team fight spell. The only thing you can do is just go for pickoffs, and as time progresses, it's gonna be harder and harder. So Nemiga, just to put on your big boy pants, use a smoke, and try for a one last hurrah in this game too.
Yep. I love the rays of sunshine that Nemiga is drawing from his base towards the side of Nemiga. They also give the go sign. So let's see, with 2 heroes dead, they could force the buyback off of the Timber Saw by forcing high ground. But also, Roshan minimum at 20 seconds. They could still just leave it open. Consider, as they are doing, they're not going to the high ground. Leave Nemiga afraid. The same thing that they did to Hydra in game number 1. Starved them out, choked them out, finally ended with that guillotine to the neck.
Maybe Nemiga right now are like, are we gonna call GG? No. They were making us work for it, and they will work for this win as well. But we probably can't win. Who cares? Just maybe we have more stamina than them, and if they might get tired. But I think stamina is not going to be a problem for these guys, though, given that most of them do play more than 7-8 games a day of Dota. And yep, competitive games, they can be a bit more taxing, but these guys should have enough energy to finish an entire series, even if it's a long one. So Drosh will be up in 2.5 minutes, and that's where Nemiga has to fight. If they don't go and fight that, just stay in their base, but they will lose a fight no matter what they do. They get a 5-man ice path. They, I don't know, these guys just all clumped up together. They decide not to use the chrono, and you will still lose the fight, right? So you have to fight. Yeah. So it's Nemiga right now, just trying to find maybe one more item, and then just go for a play. There's nothing more to wait for.
One thing that I want to highlight here, I was thinking about a knock-knock joke, and I was like, man, we're not going to go do that. Anyway, I knock on the door, you open the door, and I'm going to tell you, hello there, good sir. Do you have a moment to talk about this Paladin Sword Chen?
Oh, okay.
Like the healing amplifier that he brings, he amps up his Hand of God, amps up his Holy Locket.
And the mech as well, so that's quite nice. Considering that the Faceless Void has the Titan Sliver, and you could argue is the best one for this game, so he doesn't really need it. So why not give it to the Chen? He doesn't really use the 16 lifesteal or 20 damage that much, but the the extra regen is definitely gonna come in handy. So now you effectively have to kill a void with 4,000 HP, maybe even more. And the Nemiga, I'm looking at their heroes and I'm thinking, where do you find that kind of damage, especially if the Faceless Void is drenched in rum?
Bit of a play from Nemiga, attempted to smoke out of their base to score at least 10 yards of area. Rubik wants to go for a jump left play, but the BKB comes out from Dream anyway. And look at that, the chrono will connect onto Aincrad, falls onto the Wraith King, and this Beastmaster is done for. And will have to buy back instantly. Kiritich trying to stand his ground, but he's going to have to save his BKB for life number 2, and he's not even doing any damage. He's barely even tickling this Kunkka, and here comes the Rum. The Rum has arrived, and they have all that they need right now. Nemiga backing back to the high ground with their BKBs off to take this one. Taking a bit of damage here. He does have Satanica, might actually even lose his life, but the heal does come out from the Chen with the Hand Hand of God, and Wraith King pushed to the low ground. Heritage taken out. Godlike spree for Dream. The Chosen One also being forced back to the low ground through the X-Mark.
It's cleanup time.
Another fallen hero, and the Chosen One. One last huzzah. But it's really not going to happen now.
Hydra go back. Hydra go back, and they are gonna be okay. They just wanted to show Nemiga how you play a clean game. They get themselves out. This is it reminds me of Chinese teams who are very calm, cool, and collected. But Hydra really showing here that they don't want to dive. They want to get this as clean as possible. Nemiga in the last one, when they had a big lead, they just
on the Ember.
中路比较和平。女王这个加点呢，其实能给火爆的威胁也不是很大啊。因为女王基本上你要打中香。
Now, and it's probably not gonna stop until it's level 4.
Top lane. They're targeting towards the Morphling. The stun does connect. Damage onto the Morphling, but not enough. 500 HP. Stat items brought up. We've got Van Score out of the lane for a moment. Body blocking the hard camp. Or they can't get a pull connection, and now with this, the sentry's too far away, so that's not gonna be a D ward on the easy camp, making Nemiga's laning a bit harder here.
While we were looking at that, the bottom lane, there was a slight action. Hydra and Nemiga kind of clashing there on the bottom lane, and there's not gonna be a kill, but a lot of them getting quite a lot of bruises, and in the end, the Monk King, every single time he gets Astral and the Bramble Mace connects, it's gonna be tough for him. I'm just curious to see what the Dark Willow will go for. I kind of want to see the maxed out Bramble here, but I'm not sure if on level 3 he goes for the Cursed Crown or no.
Now with this is actually going to be the first Beastmaster in this entire series that will go for a Dominator. So we did not see it in game 1, we did not see it in game 2.
Finally, we're not going to be seeing a Chen though, so that's probably the reason why the Helm of the Dawn Creep will finally be coming up.
Yeah.
But overall, a very even laning phase. Nothing too much happening around the map. Everyone is just farming. The offlaners a bit less than the others. Chosen One kind of struggling, but the OD, you know, this hero doesn't need a ton of CS because he's gonna be getting his Meteor Hammer without the boots very fast anyways. But the top lane, Morphling.
Oh, that's a first blood. We're looking at this bot lane just calmly what's going on, but Earth Spike seems to connect. A kill for Hydra, first blood on the Morphling, and that is also before he gets his Morbid Mask, so he's still gonna have to come back to this lane and feel threatened. A very big kill for Hydra.
I kind of feel like it's his mistake, you know. I felt like this top lane was gonna be a wash ever since he got level 3, level 4 on the Morphling. That's basically when you become unkillable, and he actually had a ton of CS, so it's weird to me that he actually did die, but the bottom lane, there's gonna be an action.
Thinking about the charge on Vanscore. Seems to be escaping for now, not able to connect onto that. Also, when that kill on the Morphling happened in the top lane, Vanscore was going elsewhere. Now he's charging towards top. Muka sees him, but that's still gonna go into Blizzy. Actually cancels his charge halfway. Pull through with it. Damage onto this Morphling, has to use his stick charges. Now he doesn't have them. So if Muka lands a very good Hex and Blizzy is able to connect with some damage, might be looking at a dead Morphling.
We saw in the mid lane there was a Sonic Wave used, and Asgold barely survived. So, and he did decide to go for the Searing Chains here. Aincrad?
Aincrad could have gotten a kill there, but wasn't in range for his Scream. Was suspecting to get an instant Slate of Fist from the Ember Spirit, so he halted for like 0.3 seconds before he actually cast the Scream. Forfeit. The action rune goes for Asgold. Is there vision? Well, at least he's got a double bounty here. Let's give him some charges.
And Asgold actually not skilling up more points in Sleight of Fist. I kind of am weirded out by this. Yeah, he wants to farm, and I guess he won't be using the Sleight of Fist unless he's being charged. Maybe that's the plan. Now he's being charged, and that's maybe the only reason he used the Sleight of Fist. Okay, Asgold, he is in some trouble right now. Does have a Remnant back, but this could be a kill. Okay.
Charge is still going through. Matter if he loses illusion. Okay, Vanscore doesn't want to reveal himself for now, so that's a smart call too. The Ember Spirit probably knows that there's a charge most likely gonna be a really big, you know, mental factor in this game. You can never underestimate the fact that Spirit Breaker might or is not charging me.
Bottom lane, Monkey King used the Boundless Strike, and now that's gonna make sure that Zayas goes down. This is so sad.
takeoff here for the Chosen One. It does take some time, and Dream looking for a return kill. Runs out of charges though. 3 seconds for another prison, and looks like this OD is gonna get killed anyway. So actually not too bad for Hydra. Even if a kill goes for the OD, Dream picks one himself.
Yeah, that was Dream definitely calculating that one. I'm gonna use the boundless strike. He's gonna come and kill you, and then I'm gonna be finishing off the OD. So Dream, he knew exactly what he was doing, and because of it, they'll get a kill. Obviously, though, this OD, he doesn't want to die, and this bottom lane just not working out that well for the side of Nemiga. I expected them to do better. And I'm just not the biggest fan of the 2 points of Shadow Realm. The Bramble Maze level 2, or even having the Curse Crown on level 3 would have been a much better thing, you know. Just 90 damage bonus. Yes, it is 100% more damage from your spell, but you're still not getting out those right clicks. So in my mind, this is a small mistake coming out from Nemiga, but still, these two heroes are definitely going to be a formidable foe, and the Monkey King will probably leave the lane unless Zayats wants to come back to the bottom lane.
Looking at the CS department, it is again pretty fairly being distributed, except the Beastmaster being up by a little bit. Ready, looking at the flags to get being built pretty early on. When we get that Overlord helmet, thinking 16, 17 minutes at this pace, if Blizzy doesn't die, taking that for granted. We're looking at a very dangerous push for Hydra in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we talked about Hydra and their path to victory, and everything is working out for them thus far. The Ember Spirit isn't getting shut down by the Queen of Pain. They've gotten the top tower down. They're gonna be taking the enemy jungle. You can see already that Nemiga are placing a ward. They know what their enemies want to do. Usually, you would be focusing on the bottom part of the map, but you know that you have to keep this top part of the map somewhat safe from the Beastmaster, and you will have to gank him with a smoke, given that he's always gonna have a hawk. So I'm liking the approach.
Comforting.
Someone
I think the most important move here is taking control of this top jungle from Kiritich. Morphling and go in this area, while Nemiga is trying to push this bottom tier 1 tower with the help of the Meteor Hammer. Only getting some slight damage in though. And of course, this Ops Ward is also showing all of their movements. They have a quick moment to recognize as well if the Spirit Breaker is charging in onto that bot lane too, making it easier for this Disruptor to just place himself behind that tower and have some kind of save. Though this Disruptor is an easy kill if he misplaces him once.
For now, he's not gonna be doing it, and Zayat's really doing a beautiful job. This guy is a Treant Protector player, so he knows how to protect towers, and really putting himself in a good spot, but now he has been charged. Yep.
Charge is coming in. He's got Glimpse, but I don't think he's gonna see it in time. Really down to dumb luck. Yeah. Doesn't get to use it. The cast range is very minimal, and he also has the on point exactly where it's going to come out from. So that's going to be a dead Disruptor. There will be a kill from Nemiga, and that might just open up the tower for them.
Beating on Dire's
However,
top tower. Not
don't want
much
to do.
good's happening to
Like they're
Radiant's
ready
bottom
to push this
tower.
mid tower yet. They're pinging it, and their location's been drawn out by Nemiga.
Oh, so Ascult, he thinks that defending this bottom tower is more important than getting down the mid lane one. And that might actually be the case. You can't really go into the enemy triangle just yet. You're not that strong. Ascult might be in some trouble. And let's see if it's a perfect Meteor Hammer drop.
It is absolutely perfect. Fantastic landing, but still it's not enough for a kill, and he's out of there. Vanscore was hoping to get some vision, but they don't see him under the tower. Breaker unable to follow and finish off the chop. Zayats, however, has TP'd back to bottom. Do they have any other TPs? They have 3. What does he do? He's trying to bait them in.
Here's the line. They want the Morphling kill.
Okay, so, yep, trying to set that up for it. They got the Static Storm, but do they have enough to glimpse? It's not going to be enough to kill the OD, and the prison save from the Chosen One. At the same time, Vanscore is also coming with the charge. The Hydra's going to end up losing 2 heroes at least in this fight because they're outnumbered, outmanned, outpowered. And Odie lives with 20 HP, so not even a kill.
Oh, that finger, it really did hurt him, but Chosen One in the end does survive. You know how much armor the OD has. We see 9 armor on a hero. You usually expect this hero to be quite squishy, but it's quite the opposite. And the Lion with his right clicks, he pretty much wasn't doing anything, couldn't finish him off. So in the end, it's a disaster for Hydra. That could have been amazing, but the OD and the Morphling not staying close to each other. Chosen One understanding that he can't get close to his morph, and then this position 1 will always survive. So a very nice move coming out from Nemiga, and Hydra, just a bit of a mistake, puts him on the back foot, at least here on the bottom lane.
Alright, setting up again in mid. Meteor Hammer is there, the root connection too, and this is an easy kill for Nemiga. I don't think Askold was expecting to take that much hate. Definitely is being delivered, the punishment. It's everything thrown on top of him.
Yeah, usually with the Ember Spirit, you're like, I can dodge the Meteor Hammer. It's easy, just slide a fist. It's never gonna hit me. But these Bramble Mazes from the Dark Willow, they're really making a difference. And that's why I wanted to see it maxed out here from Heaven, though I'm expecting him to start maxing it right now on the top lane, though. The Spirit Breaker in some trouble, but he will be okay.
Oh, he's even baiting Blizzy here a little bit with that roar. Doesn't want to use it. Well, probably would have been the end of the Spirit Breaker if he actually went through with his ulti. Meanwhile, the Chosen One, he's found Muka. Or Muka has found the OD. I don't know which way this one actually goes, because the OD suddenly turns round at an 80 degrees out of the store.
Yeah, that ward that was placed on is, as soon as their tower dropped, is just giving them so much, and they are protecting themselves now.
Good night, Heaven. One does come out with a save. This is enough though, because Askeld's right on top of him. Shadow Realm is there. We discussed about this. Does it connect or does it not? Meanwhile, Vanscore takes down Muka with the ulti. Crash. Links back to safety. Still no tower damage being dealt. Static Storm onto the Chosen One, but they're so spread out with Hydra. They need to find something more. And this OD kill looks like he's going to get sandwiched in between the Creep Wave and the Hail Bear. And that's going to be 2 kills for Askold. A tower taken down. Do we still see a quick dive on the Dark Willow? Doesn't look like it. So they're going to be happy. Hydra with this engagement.
To be honest, after the start of the engagement, I kind of expected to be even cleaner for the side of Hydra, but at least the Nemiga get themselves a line, but will be losing 2 and the tower for their trouble. So Hydra, definitely a good job there. Smoke on 2 heroes from the top lane, coming in with 2 as well. And Nemiga, they weren't expecting 5 heroes to be there at that time. They knew that the push was coming, but just didn't respond with enough heroes. And Morphling, Kiritich doesn't want to be a part of anything. He wants his Manta, he wants his Aghanims, and that's when they're gonna fight by the top lane.
Oh, what a blink there from Quap, and Blizzy has to force the roar onto the Queen of Pain, and Queen of Pain quickly blinking back to safety. Vanscore's also there, but this Spirit Breaker, one of these heroes is going to die. Which one is it? Looks like Vanscore's at least going to be a collateral here. Just providing the vision with the charge, and Aincrad just blinks in for a quick Sonic Wave kill.
Yeah, that roar from the Beastmaster stopped the charge. That's the only reason he survived. He saw the Queen of Pain screaming, and I can scream as well, and then with the manly voice he turns around and stops the charge of a cow. Imagine the strength of a person who just screams at a cow, a very bloodthirsty one, and the cow just stops. So it's just impressive how Blizzy was able to react there. So Hydra, it looked like they were going to be losing 2.
Yeah, I don't know what they feed these Kyrgyzstani players.
Yeah.
That's actually talking about food. Did talk to Muka about what's his favorite food, and apparently in Kyrgyzstan they have this dish called manti. I also asked which hero would be the best to cook that dish meal, because I'm not sure if you've heard about this. If you've heard about Genghis Khan, for example, his favorite food was made out of stones picked up in the river, and when you rub these or use these rocks to put on top of meat and stuff, they get a different taste to it. It's kind of like a tasty rock, basically. You don't eat the rock, but you take the stuff out of it, and you come up with this food called manti or sumalak, which is the rock which they use for it. It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, that actually sounds good. When you started off, you're like, Genghis Khan, his favorite food was with a rock. I was like, what were these guys' teeth made of? But okay. Then the story started making sense later on. But okay. Anyways, they got the Roach on the side of Hydra, and that's a really big deal considering they took the mid lane and the top lane tower. They had it open, and now Nemiga, they're on the back foot. They can hunt. They might be able to go for some pickoffs here and there with the Willow and this OD, but they will have to wait for the Morphling to get an Aghanim. So Nemiga right now, they will be on the back foot for the next 5, maybe even 10 minutes until they have that Aghanims. And Hydra, they need to use this time to maybe even get the Morphling, because they might be doing good in map control, but in terms of net worth, it's not looking the greatest.
Well, Queen is trying to cut the waves in top, try to slow down this push. We're at 16 minutes, and that's when the Overlord helmet has now taken action for the Beastmaster, and this push talked about almost 10 minutes ago. It's now happening. It's now reality, which Nemiga have to face. So Hydra, they have a very good push with these. The Granite Golem, 2.2k HP plus the buff provided for his teammates for that extra HP. These are some very tanky targets for Nemiga to try and kill.
And this is a big one. With taking that tower, the top part of the map is completely out of bounds, and that charge won't do anything. So now Hydra, they have one thing they need to do: take over the enemy triangle, take over the bottom part of, maybe not the triangle, but the bottom part of the map, and they will try to go for it immediately. They need to find a way to get on that part of the map, and they are trying to do so with a fast smoke. This is a solid attempt. Okay, but Aincrad, he doesn't get caught just yet.
Yep, some cowboy two-step there with that glimpse play, a half a meter backwards. Did you find the Spirit Breaker? Nemiga's ready to land the stun and pick it to the face. Yep, he wants those stacks.
He got it there. Muka also wanting the Blink Dagger as fast as possible with the Lion, and that's exactly what they're going to be getting. Nemiga, they have to get themselves out, and I'm not sure if you noticed this, but the Ember Split went for the Yules. Not something that we see on the Ember too often, especially not when there's no Orchid in play, and the only reason for this is remove the Bulldoze from the Spirit Breaker.
Chosen one, there's got TPs coming in. He needs to teleport out as soon as possible, but Askol's already there, and the chains are there. The stun's connecting, and they will get the kill on the OD. He stayed a little bit too long, and overextending cost his life.
Yeah, you could see him panicking there for a second. He's like, where do I go? Where do I go? Okay, then in the end, he just accepts his death, faces his assailants, and goes down. But
this time, he is not roaring this Spirit Breaker. It's going the other way around, and he got the Sonic Wave, and that's a dead Beastmaster. It only takes a matter of seconds for this hero to disappear.
Glimpse
there. The Static Storm. This Quap's in trouble. Is there anything? The Terrorized save is there, and Queen of Pain is so free. I'm gonna take the kill on Zayac with the help of Muka, or Heaven in this case. Oh my goodness. It
How is he so tanky? Kaya and Sanjin, suddenly this guy is unkillable. Inside of the Static Storm with the Wukong's command, just so many monkeys surrounding him, slapping him around, and he still doesn't even take half of his HP in damage. Man, this Queen of Pain is strong, but the Monkey King not having any damage items, I guess that's the problem. Now Dream, he understands the problem, goes for the Deso, not a stable item.
One was to get one quick kill. There's nothing else Cole can do, and Lion is a goner. Lion's Blink is also still stuck on the Courier. Didn't get it. At least it's gonna be waiting for him.
Yeah, it's gonna be waiting for him when he's alive. But coming back to that Monkey King, and he is going for a Deso. Deso is the item you get on the Monkey King when you're lacking damage, right? Usually with this hero, you want to survive. Here, you're thinking BKB is gonna be enough, and I need to kill these heroes. So Dream, let's see if he can make it happen here on the bottom lane.
Evan is also ready. There's the Boundless Strike to jump in and straight into a Root Banish. Zayac is also here. BKB pop for the Monkey King. Looking for the quick kill on this OD. Hacking away, slapping away, make sure he gets that one. Heaven in the trees, rooted up with the chains. Shadow Realm up in 1 second. Not gonna get to use it.
One thing that we didn't really touch upon on the draft, we did touch upon the vision that the Beastmaster gives, but not the one that the Monkey King gives you. And having the glimpse, Hydra are really utilizing it well. Sure, there on the Queen of Pain, they weren't able to get the kill, but now when they have multiple heroes on the bottom lane, they'll be able to do it, and they've overtaken the enemy triangle very early on in the game, which will hinder Kiritech's farm. So he needs the Aghanims as fast as possible, because his team right now, they do need help.
And a Desolator now for the Monkey King too, so Hydra can get that push even faster. What's this Morphling shape? We haven't really touched Kiritech for quite some time. That Aghanims is getting closer by the minute, and Manta Aghanims, is this the build to win the game?
he will be needing a defensive item after it as well. So he's looking for a Lincoln's. I kind of feel like BKB might be needed more. But we'll see in the end what he does.
Hydra coming in from the trees, setting themselves for the push. Nemiga hiding in the trees for a moment as well on the other side of this tower. Reveals himself a Manscore, goes for the quick charge, but he dodges the initial damage. Still no full break, and another glimpse, trying to get the kill on the Spirit Breaker. Will get this one on Manscore. BKB though, maybe a bit premature here. The Sonic Wave from the side is a kill for Nemiga with Aincrad, and they've got the prison, they've got the setup onto the backline, but who is it? They've got Ascot, he dodges it this time. He's not going to be caught by it. Syaz is also in trouble, goes for the TP out, he's able to dodge it, while Ascot is buying some time, but still with a buyback from this Spirit Breaker, that means Ascot's going to fall. 500 gold for this Morphling. And with that, it does seem like it balances out a little bit for an Nemiga.
Yeah, it's a beautiful response from them. They know that at some point they have to fight. Letting go of all of your outer towers will hurt you when you get up to your timing. You just won't be able to find the fight. So now this was kind of their last stand. If Nemiga start losing this fight, they would have used as many buybacks as they could to keep this tower alive and keep the Morphling alive, who really wasn't the target of that fight. So I really like what they did. They finally make a stand, and it's gonna be successful. With just one buyback, they take down 2 heroes and the Aghanims and the Morphling. It will be done. So Hydra, they are still ahead. They're still controlling the most of the map. They have better vision, but the Morphling and the Queen of Pain are topping the network chart, and the farm distribution is better on the side of Nemiga.
Got a bit of packet loss issues, which are pretty nasty when you think about when you're comparing lag and packet loss. You can't see half the animations. You might be missing audio cues during a team fight. Also dreadful things that can happen. But yeah, we're still not good to go on Nemiga's end. 21 minutes played with a pretty even score line, at least in terms of economy and kills. The graphs themselves are also agreeing that it's a pretty even game. But how do we look at this as a whole picture? Because I feel like this isn't really defining this game right now at 21. We need to wait at least like 10-15 minutes to see some decisive action.
Well, I think that the Monkey King has no chance against the Morphling. I don't know how well you're acquainted with the Animal Kingdom, but monkeys, they really hate water. And let's say in zoos, you don't really have to put them in an enclosure, you just put water around them. So I don't think the Monkey King is going to be doing that well against the Morphling himself. That's a problem for him. I don't know how he's crossing this river, but maybe it's just not that deep. No, but still a big wave like a Morphling, that's something that he's going to be afraid of.
Bit of difficulties here for when you look at it from that perspective, but I agree, I guess. Just kind of curious about this Aghanims here, because we do have the double Spirit Breaker charge combo for Nemiga. Is it too memey? But I guess you can still make it work. I mean, I've seen Morphling Spirit Breaker lineups and even Morphling Earth Spirit lineups look like, wow, this is just nuts, and it works so well.
You have a few heroes with which the Morphling works really well when he gets an Aghanims. The best one, obviously, the Shaker, Sand King,
Gyrocopter, Sand King, yeah.
Spirit Breaker, and the Dark Willow. Yeah, but you're usually not gonna have a Gyro on your side, right? We're just looking at the Aghanims after one. Those 4 do come to mind. But I think this time he turns into the Dark Willow. I think that's just gonna be impossible damage to deal with on the side of Hydra. It's what makes Morphling OP, right? Turning into a Spirit Breaker, it is a possibility, but I think it's most likely gonna be the Dark Willow that he's using here, because that damage is just insane, and no one on the side of Hydra, they're not good at jumping onto him. They're just gonna have to run away, and these supports, they die in 3 hits. It's not like they'll be able to get too far.
Well, it is looking dreadful for Hydra for sure, because this Beastmaster push, the effectiveness is obviously going to wane out, it's going to draw out, and Nemiga is going to keep on getting stronger and stronger with their cores. 5-man smoke, Hydra recognizes that they need to make something happen. Timing. There we go, for wraparound.
They're going around, and they're taking the right path. Take the high ground and stay there. Don't go anywhere further. They will lead the charge, and Minecraft, oh my god.
They got the blink text on the clock. They're going to get the stun on the OD. Won't be able to save him. Charge from Vanscore. Does connect onto 2. And the machine gun is already being applied from the back lines with Kiritich and with Heaven. King also used 2 kills for Hydra. Still not the biggest kill. At least the Queen of Pain is a huge one.
This
Enough. It's not even enough for a Roshan.
This is literally them letting dust off their hands, like, okay, these guys are easy, you know, because that was just perfect execution from Hydra, right? They jump on the Queen of Pain, perfect guy to jump on, and they find the OD, and now that is that vision coming into play. They see both of those heroes, and then they can line, because I'm going for the Queen of Pain, and Blizzy, he immediately understands, I have one target I need to focus on, and that's the guy that's gonna make the save. So they catch the OD, and then the Queen of Pain easily goes down. If the Astral comes out there, it's not looking like an easy fight for Hydra, but it just goes to show it's not going to be an easy path for them to win this game. They always have to play those fights well, but at least the vision will allow them to do so.
Roshan has now spawned. Timer is up, shards available, Aegis is there for the taking. Hydra is going to be looking towards that Roche Pit direction. Yeah, though, they have all of their heroes up. There's no Monkey King ulti. They contest this.
They just don't have the map control necessary to go over there. I think it's safer for them to stay on the back lines, but Hydra, their lineup from start to finish, they're playing it exactly as they wanted. So Nemiga, they really need to make something happen at some point in this game. They'll go for a smoke, but it's way too late, and Hydra already take the high ground before Nemiga can come there.
Zayat is also in position, but they're still smoked up nearby. Nemiga still feel like they want to take this fight. Very dangerous waters for them right now. The granite column is there.
Blink.
Vision from Dream is there, and this should be a disaster for Nemiga. Or is it? Gonna find the Spirit Breaker, kill at least onto the backline. Muka, 10 HP with the Lion, gets hit by the Shadow Strike and finally kills off the Lion, who will not be coming back to the fight unless he buybacks, which he does. And 2 heroes gone from Nemiga at the same. So they will reset themselves, but Hydra, they want to keep looking for more. They want to make sure they get something out of this buyback from their Lion. And they found themselves the Morphling. The stun comes out from the Shard, but the Shadow Realm will keep Kiritich alive. They will waveform himself to safety, but Dream is still high on his heels. Can he catch this Morphling? I feel like he wants to dive under this tower directly. So with that fight coming to a close, that is a 2-for-1 with a buyback on the Lion.
The Dark Willow now has that Aghanim shard, and the Cursed Crown with the shard really is very, very strong. But it seems like Nemiga just don't have the lockdown necessary for the Morphling to do the damage. They need to get a lockdown on December Spirit, but with that duels, he's keeping himself alive, and once the BKB comes out, it's gonna be even easier for him. Hydra, with itemization, with movements, with understanding what their opponents want to do, they're just doing a perfect job in this one. And Kiritich, he is the strongest hero in this late game, but will he ever get a chance to dish out the damage? Well, that's a question. Hydra, they will leave him for last, and when he is alone on the map, he will still be an easy grab. I'm loving how well Hydra are playing, how composed they are, and going high ground, that's gonna be a different beast, but for now, they're really doing a solid job.
Well, they got to keep it up, though, because they also recognize the threat of what happened a couple minutes earlier when it felt like their push has come to a halt. They are getting these kills, they are getting pickoffs, but the push has been slowed remarkably, and it feels like Nemiga are catching a glimpse. They're getting a hold of this game as long as it keeps on going further and further away, because if we unleash this Morphling, like we've already discussed, the combinations we can get with this Aghanims. We got a couple items on top. We're looking at E-Blade. We're looking at the Link and Save too for the Morphling. And now already with a Spirit Breaker, he can just move around globally around the map, farming, increasing himself and making himself bigger. Hydra are still stalling and holding and just hoping for an opening.
They want to make sure that the only one farming on the side of Nemiga is this Morphling. If the Queen of Pain gets super strong and super tanky, he can actually stay in front and tank long enough for the Morphling to do the damage. So they want to make sure that the Morphling is the only one farming, and they're doing that by only allowing the triangle to their enemies. So that's
right under a ward inside the jungle. They spot him on the edge of vision. And that's right. They thought that it was a middle ward, but they will most likely find this one. So Nemiga, they have to take advantage of it too.
middle
Nemiga, they should
tower
push
could use some
forward
help.
now as well. Given that one hero is dead, they should know that they are stronger. Take down the mid lane tower and then go back into your jungle. And with this TP of the Queen of Pain, that's not gonna be that easy to do. And this is just the strength of Hydra, constantly pushing in the top lane and always getting some info where Nemiga heroes are.
Vision applied into mid. They quickly catch a glimpse of a dream. See that the Monkey King is inside their jungle, which will be the front line currently for the team. Finishes Lincoln's, now making his way towards E-Blade. What's your opinion on E-Blade in this game? Right choice?
Yes, he needs to destroy a hero in a second because the chase from Nemiga is great. Whoever starts to win the fight is going to be winning until the end because Nemiga, if they start running away, the glimpse, if Hydra lose a hero and start running away, they can chase them with the double charge. One from the Spirit Breaker, one from the Morphling. So I'm liking the idea of just bursting down a hero, but a smoke from Hydra, they might be invading the triangle now.
They know exactly what's going on. Van Score quickly getting rooted, but still no fault happening here. Here's the Willow. The Willow with Anchor is going in for a crazy good jump, but the roar is there, and they will lose one hero. Now, gotta be careful, his Heritage Morphling being chased up by the entire team of Hydra. And here comes Heaven, tries to save his ally, gets the terrorize through, and Heritage will get fingered to the face, and Muka will make sure that they get the kill on the Morphling. And now with the Morphling and the Quap dead, Nemiga in trouble.
Yeah, they don't have the glyph either. That's something that Hydra definitely know. The glyph was used a minute and a half ago, and you have a Beastmaster lineup with the Monkey King who has a Deso. You're losing a lane of racks right now for sure, maybe even more. Also, the Terrorize was used from the Dark Willow, so Nemiga putting a lot of emphasis on saving that Morphling, but Hydra is finding a right way to go into the enemy jungle, into the triangle, and they get a beautiful fight going their way. Nemiga, the way that started, there was just no way that they were gonna win that one.
Very difficult angles need to be found here. OD does have his Aghanims.
Dire's middle tower
Gonna be enough for Nemiga here. 20 seconds. They're gonna have to sack the mid racks. BKB now also on the Beastmaster.
Dire's middle barracks have
Magic
fallen.
immunity with the roar.
That's just cold.
Also release the Chosen One a little bit as they finish off the melee and the range racks from the mid. And now it's a 10,000 gold lead for Hydra. Graph has definitely changed a lot in the last 9 minutes.
I think Chosen One is definitely gonna be regretting the choice to go for the Aghanim Scepter over the Blink Dagger, because he just hasn't been able to make those saves in crucial fights. Now Nemiga are on the back foot, and they go for a smoke because they know they have to get some vision out on the map, but if they're running into an enemy trap, it's gonna be disastrous. They can't even overtake their triangle, but if they kill Zayats, they can go for the chase.
Close to the quick static storm at least, but that is an OP force, and the glimpse too. There's a save, and Van Score is going to be caught off here. He won't get the kill on, he will go for the back, and the finger will be used as well as the Chosen One, and they finally did 2 kills, but they also got 2 kills on the other side. And with the buyback on the Spirit Breaker too, they're going to get the jump of the Crypt System. Well, Nazgul's trying to get some damage as well. He's going in with the Slit of Fist, and forcing Heritage away. Einkrad, he's also running, and he's got backup coming in from the back as well. Dream needs to be careful here. Score's going to get hit by the Look at the damage from the Ember Spirit! Absolutely massive nuke from Askold and Nemiga with their buybacks. It feels like it's just a waste of time in a sense because they just bought in and they died right away. Hydra, they're not letting go of this.
And all 3 of their cores are alive. Again, there is no glyph. They have a siege creep. Hydra, they don't have to stop if they don't want to. This Monkey King is just so damn tanky right now. 3,000 HP, 3.5 make it. And with the Ancient Granite Golem, of course, giving him more HP. And this tower, it's gone. As well as the Raxus Nemiga. They went out of the base. They knew that they couldn't wait. But Zayas just survived. They charged from the Morphling. That's something that you just can't allow to happen. And now, this just might be GG.
The Blink goes in for the Sonic Wave, tries to get a kill quickly happening, but the Roar connects on the Morphling, and Heritage is dead for 70 seconds. That should be game with the jump onto Einkrad with the chin. They also have him down, and that means at the end for Nemiga here. And Hydra have pulled themselves together. Very, I don't know, they just communicate well, they connect really well, and just find the better team fights.
I saw these guys playing the open qualifier, and I loved the lineup. I was like, these guys could go somewhere. And to be honest, every single series that I'm watching them, they're playing better and better. And Nemiga, They might have won the first game, and this one, I love their draft. I still do. They had great ideas, but the execution from Hydra is just amazing.
Chosen One inside the bubble. Vanscore trying to save him there, but the stun connects from Nuka, the finger to the face, and will take down the Chosen One, and Quap also comes to the buyback. They've got the ulti from Vanscore, connecting onto Ascot. He's low on mana, but he's still going to also save himself and buy some time. They also got the Bedlam, but it doesn't do anything to Dream at this point, and this Monkey King is having a party. That's a triple kill. Gets the last of Nemiga in their defense. And Hydra are looking to close out this series here and right now. Even after losing the first map against Nemiga, Hydra pulled themselves together, got the series tied up. We got a three-map series like we discussed at the start of the day. Get exactly that. Scared is slowly dying as he's crumbling his way back to the fountain. Not going to be enough. Aincrad pops his BKB, but he will also call the GG call. Nemiga tap out, and Hydra make the comeback and reverse it.
Panda, I have to say, this might be the shortest game that we had in this series, but it's definitely the closest one, right? You could always see the path to victory from Nemiga. It wasn't like it was one-sided, but Hydra, they were controlling the map better, they had better vision, and they used it to their full advantage.